Good morning, everyone. My name is Fernando Luis Orsi from Argentina, and together with Claudio Rodriguez, we are the members of the Scientific Committee of the Organizing Committee. And this is Welcome to SOLACI-CACI Argentina 2021, where people from Cath labs join together to talk about our experiences and to try to transmit the mission of SOLACI of communicating our specialty within the interventionist cardiology. We have more than 45 nurses and technicians are gathered along 5 days of this conference in different modules to share our experiences. We have been able to exceed the expectations in e-posters and scientific work that we ask you to, and we invite you to visit in the website in SOLACI 2021. I declare this Congress formally inaugurated, and I'll give the floor to Claudio Rodriguez to tell us some words. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be with you today in this new Congress. And this we're going to have 2 rooms. This is the Andreas Gruentzig room, and we also have a main room, which is being covered by different symposia. And here we have also several e-posters, several cases that we can consult, and some commercial expositions, which will be very interesting if you can go. We can see different devices. And without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Margarita, who's going to be who's the president of the one of the committees of SOLACI, and she's going to continue with this opening statement. Okay, I would like to say hello to everyone. I'm honored to welcome you to SOLACI 2021, and thank you to all of the organizers. And I would like to wish everyone to have a great time sharing their experiences, and I would like to thank you all for your presence, because we believe that this Congress is going to be a huge success. So let's continue on to the presentations. Thank you very much. Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Maggio. I think that many of you know me. I am a university-trained nurse with 40 years of experience. I'm retiring now from this profession, which has given me much joy in knowing many of the people in the organization. My curriculum is in hemodynamics and coronary for the federal police here, and this table is going to be combined with the WHO and SOLACI. So I would like to thank the Scientific Committee, the members of the Organizing Committee, Margarita Garcia, the President of the chapter of SOLACI. I'm going to introduce my team colleague, Mr. Acosta, who is director of the Ramos Mejia Hospital, and he also provides care to retirees. He's a very young person, but very trained person, and we wanted to give him a place to the nurses. So We have introduced a little bit of everything. I would not want to take time from everything that's coming up next, which is very interesting. So I'm going to start with Denis Rios. Denis Rios is a trained nurse, is a teacher in the Hemodynamics course in Fundación Favaloro. So Denis, whenever you want, the floor is yours. Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Denis Rios. I'm a trained nurse. I work as a nurse in the Hemodynamics lab in the Hospital Universitario Fundación Favaloro. And I also work in Ramos Mejia Hospital. I would like to thank the organizing committee where I've been invited to talk about the current status of nursing in the Cath labs. Over the past 16 months that we've had this pandemic, 2019, the healthcare professionals, the front lines, they've had a lot to learn. They've had to try to be involved a lot in this situation that we're living, and we had to learn to train the society, to teach everyone, to try to take care of these people the way that we had been doing before, but we had to retrain, and we had to learn to take care of ourselves too from this invisible enemy. And over the last 16 months, I've had to work side by side with people I never met before, with colleagues that we have been meeting in this arduous fight that is the fight against COVID. And it's hard to live constantly with the absence of a colleague, or with colleagues that we just met, or colleagues that we met for a long time, and learning that they have different symptoms, or that the virus is doing a lot of damage on their immune system. So the healthcare system is saturated right now, to be honest. Nursing staff is tired and is exhausted. And what I believe that is important is that they're also scared, because this virus does not discriminate. This virus attacks everyone and anyone, regardless of your title or any other things. And nursing worldwide has always been a profession where we needed prepared personnel. The healthcare personnel, healthcare staff, and nursing personnel are always in short supply, and people who can address all of the needs of a human being. So I took the liberty of checking that in the year 2020 we had a population of 45,375,763 inhabitants, and we only had 179,170 nurses in the country. So to talk a little bit about percentages, we're talking that there's a single nurse for every 252 inhabitants. So this speaks about the important lack that we have of nursing personnel in the country. We also see here how the numbers advised by the national and international organizations are not achieved. And we believe that over the next few years we're going to need an extra 50,000 nurses in comparison with the number that are going to get their degrees in the next few years. So we're talking about an important absence of nurses in the country. And I think that this pandemic has been growing so fast that we have seen how much we need trained personnel, trained staff for this kind of revolution. And as we have seen in the rise of cases worldwide, the laboratories started falling behind, because we haven't been able to fill the rooms with professional people to provide the services. And in our case, our Cath lab, our Hemodynamics service, started having less and less patients, started covering only urgent care, and we started relocating in the different services where we needed to take a particular place and joining a colleague who was exhausted from fighting every single day, and a member of and having to use a PPE which needs to be used to face this virus. And over this time that we have been living, we're having a hard time, we're having a hard time understanding how the healthcare staff is adapting in spite of being under continuous stress. They had to relocate to and the main danger that faced the healthcare staff is the rapid rise in working hours, the long working days with the increase of overtime. And particularly I was very surprised that many of our colleagues were saying, I'm working more than normal, long hours, and this complaint was reached unsustainable levels. People could not find the words to say how that was going to work, and the months went by and no answers were found. And this was even more complicated by the absence of colleagues who had caught the virus and different other circumstances that we had been encountering over the last few months. And it's also important to point out that a large number of other healthcare professionals have more than 2 jobs. So this speaks about not only the scarcity of nurses, but also of the work risks that are involved here, because people are tired, are stressed out, and we have the defenses go down, and that's the moment where the virus strikes. So I believe that's important to talk about the low salaries, which are kind of to blame for the healthcare professional to have to go and get more than 2 jobs. So this is something that is not fun for anyone, but that's somewhere that we are in debt here, and we are in the middle of these circumstances. It's the reality, and the rising stress puts us in situations, in exceptional situations, and we've also had to deal with the isolation that we started having, not being able to see our families, not being able to so we weren't able to see them, to try to protect them, to protect their health. And emotionally this was an extremely high load, because we have to be struggling with this, that we've been months without seeing your loved ones, your parents, your siblings, and we as a country we're pretty close. We like to have meetings with friendships, with friends, with family, and we've lived very difficult times. And throughout the isolation, we've also been discriminated against. And this was very hard to assimilate, to try to understand that people were scared and who believed that we were carriers of the virus. And actually the nurse in this case had been very exposed emotionally, and this was very difficult to deal with. But the nurse has the tools to fight against this, have the way to be able to deal with this and to accompany everyone who needs it. And I was thinking that since that we are in the year 2020, which was the year of nursing, we are still asking to be seen, to be heard, to be able to be declared really healthcare professionals, full healthcare professionals. And over the first months of the pandemic, maybe worldwide, I'm not sure if this happened all around the world, but here in Argentina, everyone went out to their balconies and started clapping, giving applause to the healthcare professionals, and the emotion that we received from the people, even though the people were scared of what was happening right then. And that hour where everyone went to their balconies and started clapping at healthcare professionals was something that made us feel very happy. Made us feel a lot of joy and gave us some energy back. So I'm going to put in some images in the way that we have been working in the lab, how we had started adapting, how we had to recondition the entire lab to treat the urgencies. And to start closing my presentation, I would like to say a phrase that regarding the way that this pandemic started, put in place the crisis that we've been living in Argentina with the health situation. And I would like to put in this picture, which is kind of a homage to the healthcare system. The number of professionals who gave their lives to protect the profession of the nursing profession. So thank you very much. Hello, good morning everyone. Thank you very much for your invitation to this event, to this virtual event. We're here very happy to share the experiences that we lived for over 20 years of work in our Cath lab. I live in Santa Cruz, Bolivia, which is a city with 2 million inhabitants. We have around 10 labs. 2 of them are from public hospitals and the other ones are private. In my lab, in the lab that I work in a private lab. We work mainly on coronariographies, angioplasties, neurointerventionism, pacemakers, resynchronizers, and cardiodefibrillators. Those are the most common procedures that we perform every day. We also work on liver chemoembolization, arteriographies of all kinds, brain and the lower limbs, etc. And in some cases we work on congenital. We only have one doctor for these types of procedures, and most of them are being treated with surgery. The team in the Cath lab includes one nurse with one auxiliary nurse and one radiologist technician. and these are the same kind of staff who who tend to emergencies at night. This is our team. We are very few people, but it's enough, and this is the medical staff. We have 3 cardiologists and 1 neurointerventionist. How has the pandemic affected our lab? We used to have 2 to 3 procedures per day, and on the afternoon 3 to 4 per day. And right now, every week, if we have a busy week, we may have 3 to 4 procedures. Then the way that we work now is very uncomfortable. Before the pandemic, we only wore our mask, our collar, and our surgical outfit. And in the pandemic, it's very complicated to work with all of these equipment that we have to wear. But for me, very personally, the very worst of the pandemic is this, which I have been expecting this congress and meeting with people and getting to know new countries, and it turns out that we have to do all of this virtually. This is what has been affecting me the most personally, other than the reduction of work. And with this, I'd like to also say that I believe that we're going to be continuing to work virtually for a while, because I don't think that the pandemic is going to be a short-term thing. So thank you very much, and I'm waiting for your comments.
Olá pessoal, bom dia, meu nome é Adriana, eu sou enfermeira da hemodinâmica do Hospital Universitário de Campo Grande, MS, uma região centro-oeste do Brasil. É um prazer estar aqui com vocês. Muito bom dia a todos. Eu gostaria de agradecer à comissão organizadora que me convidou para estar participando com vocês, falando um pouquinho da nossa realidade aqui do nosso país. Falar sobre a nossa realidade, né, dentro do laboratório de hemodinâmica. Vamos começar falando um pouquinho a respeito do Brasil. O painel do coronavírus no Brasil hoje, atualmente estamos com 524 mil mortes, né, 18,7 milhões de casos, recuperados 16,5. Vocês podem ver aqui nessa curvinha aqui que no início, no final de fevereiro já começou a ter a segunda onda, né? Então começamos com mais mortes. E o nosso trabalho na hemodinâmica, ele consiste em estar sempre acompanhando essa curva, né, o comportamento aí da pandemia no mundo. Nós temos aqui no Brasil uma mortalidade dos profissionais da enfermagem em torno de 832 mortes, desde o início da pandemia aqui no Brasil, um total de 57 mil casos. É importante frisar que esses profissionais são todos os profissionais da área da saúde e da enfermagem, não somente aqueles que trabalham em hemodinâmica, porque a gente não tem ainda esse dado aqui no Brasil. Eu trabalho num serviço de hemodinâmica que atende dentro de um hospital público, da rede pública do Brasil. Nós temos cerca de 220 leitos, temos um serviço de hemodinâmica que também está atualmente atendendo somente pacientes que são pacientes emergentes, em atendimento de emergência, urgência e emergência, ou aqueles pacientes que são eletivos, que estão internados no hospital. Desde o início da pandemia, nós não estamos mais atendendo pacientes que são pacientes provenientes de casa. Vocês veem aqui que durante essa segunda onda da pandemia, a gente teve uma queda muito grande no nosso atendimento, né? O ano passado até a gente conseguiu permanecer um pouco dentro do que a gente já estávamos fazendo, e agora a gente começou esse ano já em queda, né? E os nossos serviços são direcionados de acordo com essa demanda de paciente que vem para nós. Atualmente nós seguimos as recomendações da Sociedade Brasileira de Cardiologia, tentando minimizar as adversidades, né, e reduzir os riscos aos pacientes, aos acompanhantes e aos profissionais de saúde. Todos os nossos profissionais de saúde são rigorosamente treinados. Mensalmente, a cada 15 dias, estamos sempre treinando a nossa equipe, que eu acho que é importante a capacitação para uma melhor prática. Quanto mais nós treinamos, melhor nós conseguimos praticar. Todos os pacientes que são atendidos com Covid, que têm um caso confirmado ou caso suspeito, nós atendemos com EPI completo. A nossa equipe, nós atualmente estamos seguindo as recomendações que foram publicadas ali por Chamier, nos arquivos brasileiros de cardiologia, e utilizamos também esse material para fazer o treinamento dos nossos pacientes. Os pacientes que são confirmados ou suspeitos, então, nós usamos sempre EPI completo, e aqueles pacientes que passam por uma listagem, que passam por um checklist prévio, e que se enquadram no quadro aqui verde, com baixa probabilidade de COVID, nós utilizamos apenas os EPIs de risco diminuído, né? Nossas EPIs de rotinas. É importante frisar que o mínimo de pessoas dentro da sala, sempre procuramos com a nossa equipe diminuir o número de funcionários dentro da sala, diminuir os fluxos, né, durante o procedimento e restringir os acompanhantes nas salas do procedimento no pós, quando aconteceu um problema aqui. Isso. Os equipamentos de proteção individual dos profissionais da saúde. Nós utilizamos, geralmente nossos procedimentos são de alta complexidade, e o perfil clínico dos nossos pacientes estão se encaixando em muito alto risco ou em contato invasivo de vias aéreas. Geralmente, nós sempre utilizamos os EPIs nível 3 para todo o tempo, durante todo o tempo de serviço dentro da sala de hemodinâmica. Durante a realização do procedimento, nós sempre utilizamos EPIs, então, nível 3, se esse paciente for classificado em amarelo ou vermelho. Todo o nosso pessoal capacitado, tanto em paramentar-se como a retirada do material, que é tão importante quanto a paramentação. Toda a equipe médica é orientada e a equipe de enfermagem a diminuir o risco, o número de pessoas dentro da sala, o mínimo possível. Reduzir também os materiais, geralmente a gente retira dentro da sala todos os materiais que nós não vamos utilizar, nós separamos os materiais de acordo com aquele paciente que vamos atender, para deixar dentro da sala, deixamos uma caixa revisada dentro da sala, somente dos materiais que nós vamos utilizar. Mantemos sempre as portas fechadas e, durante todo o tempo, uma pessoa da equipe de enfermagem está do lado de fora dessa porta, com o mínimo possível de abertura dessa porta, nos atendendo com outros materiais que a gente possa eventualmente necessitar. O uso de sedação é sempre programado, o que a gente puder evitar de instrumentação das vias aéreas, para evitar o menor risco para a equipe, né, e para o paciente. Treinamos constantemente nossa equipe na questão da sequência, da vestimenta, da paramentação e da retirada dessa paramentação. Nós percebemos que em algumas situações a equipe se contaminava mais na retirada do que, é óbvio, né, na paramentação, porque na paramentação você ainda está limpo, né, especificamente limpo. E, então, nós treinamos mais a nossa equipe nessa questão da extração, da retirada da roupa. As recomendações no pós-procedimento, a gente sempre espera com o paciente dentro da sala para ele ser transportado para o setor de origem, logo de dentro da sala, direto para o setor onde ele está, né? Direto para a sua enfermaria. Nossos pacientes externos são muito, depois que iniciou a pandemia, nós não atendemos mais, nós atendemos alguns pacientes que são internados, além dos pacientes em estado de emergência. A limpeza de todo o material, de todos os equipamentos dentro da sala, a gente procura passar um papel filme naqueles materiais, naqueles equipamentos que a gente não consegue limpar, como o polígrafo, o computador, as telas de computador, passar um papel filme, para ser retirado depois do procedimento e ser tudo limpo, todas as superfícies onde tocamos, onde o paciente foi tocado, onde o paciente se encostou, onde foi utilizado ali para tratar aquele paciente. E também nós asseguramos a limpeza eficaz depois de todo o procedimento inclusive na parte da limpeza em si, toda a equipe é sempre treinada para seguir o protocolo dos passos para a limpeza de toda a sala, né? Sempre utilizando o EPI para a retirada e para a limpeza de todos esse material. Obrigada, espero ter contribuído com vocês. Um bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ruth Lindsay Cardenas. Thank you for inviting me to participate about the current state of nursing in Latin America, and specifically within the Cath labs. I'm sorry for the noise. I'm at the office right now. First of all, I would like to say and to remember that in 2020, the WHO declared the year as the year of the nurse, trying to make nurses be more visible within the health team. Since there is very low recognition at a social level and at a general level, and conditions we work with are not precisely appropriate. According to WHO, more than 50% of care is covered by nurses, and it is reported that the number of nurses we have is very low as regards the inhabitants we have in each country. So this shows the shortage of nurses we have at a global level. Within the main problems we have had here in Colombia, we are a developing country, and the working conditions for the health workers are not the proper one. We have low salaries, there is a lot of outsourcing, which does not guarantee the minimum for social security for employees. Payments are not made on time. Sometimes we need to wait for months, several months, 4 to 5 months, and both physicians and nurses do not get their payment on time. Also, for nurses specifically, there is a lack of recognition economically and socially, and specifically for people who take master's degrees. There is not a lot of difference, and our salaries are very low. We also lack some PPE, and due to the pandemic, a lot of institutions did not have all the elements, and nurses had to purchase some of their own equipment to be protected, and this makes the situation more critical. We also observe in some institutions, and initially, that there weren't support networks for the health workers. We are the most exposed ones because we are in the front line, in direct contact with the patient, and we not only have the biological risk but also the psychological risk for all the effects of the pandemic and all the changes that we faced. A lot of professionals went away from their homes to protect their families. They were isolated, they could not see their parents, their children, and this is associated to also the patients who are isolated in the rooms. They are very sad, they cannot see their families do not have access to them, so the psychological risk has also increased, and not all institutions have that support for professionals and nurses. I wanted to say something about COVID within the health staff of Colombia. The cases in the health staff, the positive ones were of 61,000 and recovered 61,000 were infected and 60,000 were recovered. We saw the distribution by profession of positive cases, and we are within the top 5 professions that became infected. We have for nurse auxiliaries 8,000, and for professional nurses 3,000, and we as nurses are the most affected profession. Currently here in Bogota, we see that in the plateau of the peak of the pandemic, there has been a strong increase and progressive increase, and we have a ICU percentage occupation of 92.2%, which indicates that cases here in Colombia are increasing. They have not decreased, and unfortunately the nursing staff continues to be exposed, as I mentioned before. They told me to talk about the Cath lab experience. I work at a private institution here in Colombia. We had a very strong decrease in the number of interventions. Patients did not want to come. First of all, we started canceling some of the visits, and then patients did not want to come here because they were afraid of being infected. They thought that they were going to be mixed with COVID patients, and some patients have arrived very late with no battery on the heart devices, for example. And when we asked them why they didn't come, they said, I'd rather die at home and not come here, become infected, and ending up in an ICU and then having to die. So this has made people not come to the Cath labs. And as time went by, people have started understanding that this will be part of our new reality and we have to live with the virus. However, in the older adults, this is very complicated because they avoid coming to the clinic, they avoid going timely to the visits. So a patient comes here with an infarction of several days of evolution, with pain, and they rather not come here because they do not want to become infected and then end up in an ICU. This is the greatest fear of patients, as they have told me. They are afraid of coming here and ending up in an ICU. They say, I'd rather die at home but not here. This has been the current situation, but we are trying to get into a normal situation, and we are in a plateau of the peak, and some patients have decided to come back to the institutions and have their checkups, but older adults tend to stay at home, and they have come in critical situations to the institution. Thank you very much for the opportunity and for the invitation. Thanks the Organizing and Scientific Committee of SOLACI. Good morning, my name is Margarita Garcia. I'm nurse technician in Cath lab. I thank the Organizing Committee for inviting me to participate in this Latin American Caribbean conference. Today I will be sharing with you the impact of COVID-19 on health workers. I will talk about before, during the pandemic, and the challenges we have facing the future. Before coronavirus, we had a health staff that was not afraid. Of course, we kept our asepsis and antisepsis techniques, and we shared with our colleagues and friends, and even with patients. We went to trainings and congresses, and nowadays, everything changed with the onset of the pandemic. Currently, from the beginning of the pandemic, the health staff of Latin America and the Caribbean has been exposed to certain difficult circumstances while they are working and a high risk of infections. They have double shifts. Some staff has not come to work because they are afraid of the virus. This has been extenuating. Colleagues indicate that they are stressed, they are afraid, they are uncertain of what will happen in the future. They cannot see their families, they cannot see their friends or children. In a lot of cases, the PPE makes us have to work in a very uncomfortable way, and a lot of family and friends have deceased, and we could not even say goodbye to them. The budget for these health institutions were forced to modify their programs and plans so as to improve the care for the patients, and this has taken the budget from a lot of programs, for example, from cardiology. The area I work the most, where budgets are changed, the cases are not the same due to the problematic of the COVID pandemic. The protection of health workers is a priority. We need to have the proper team and equipment, and we need to know how to use the PPE. The hospitals and institutions were forced to train people that was very specific to treat COVID patients. The hands hygiene must be performed by the staff all the time, before and after using the PPE. I want to make emphasis on this point. Hand hygiene with water and soap is not something from today. For the pandemic, this is a universal rule, and all the health workers must comply with that, not only due to the pandemic. A lot of pandemics in centuries before this one were fought with water and soap. This is not something new that is being implemented. This already existed. Third point, it is important to establish new protocols. In these new protocols, we have basically in all hospitals a situation that is very similar. There are some small changes in different hospitals of Costa Rica, where I work. They take the shelves for the materials not to be contaminated, and you only enter with what is necessary, and you move things from one window to the other to avoid contamination, and after doing all the cleaning of the room, we can continue to work. We have some challenges facing the future. The health staff must implement a program that is oriented to mental and physical health of health workers. This is a very important aspect that all hospitals and centers must implement for the well-being and health of all patients. The health staff, needs to support each other and trying to face the fears that come from all the effects of COVID. We need to deal with all the consequences of COVID. What is the learning aspect of COVID? From an affection point of view, we need to value our friends and family and co-workers. And at work, the human resource is a very important pillar in health services. What is the challenge we're facing? Continue to work with the professionalism and dedication that users require from us. As a conclusion, we need to value life because we are survivors of a global storm that substituted wars affecting big world populations with only single goal, which is health. Thank you very much.
Good morning. This is Emma Hernandez Valdez, the head of the nursing department of Instituto de Cardiología y Cirugía Cardiovascular from Cuba. I would like to thank you, first of all, for the invitation to participate in this SOLACI 2021 Congress. The conference that I'm going to give to you is about the current situation on patient care for patients with cardiovascular affections. In our country, since the start of January, where we had the beginning of the pandemic, we designed a national strategic plan to face COVID-19, where different organizations in the state, in the companies and the non-state sector participated. The population was also alerted of the problems that we were going to face. In our country, the first cases were known on March 11, 2020. From that moment on, the strategy for the prevention, education and control of the pandemics was applied. This was directed by the Ministry of Public Health and was supported by other government organizations. The Ministry of Public Health decided not to affect the cardiovascular patient care as well as other specialties. Nursing organized a group of experts to prepare human resources in ICU for the handling and the universal precautions of biosafety and establishing care protocols during the pandemic. Our institution has not been exempted from facing the pandemics. Since we have our patients who are vulnerable populations, particularly in the emergency services, the nursing team had to take the responsibility of managing and executing strategies to receive suspect or positive cases of COVID-19 in our hospital. And we also have increased the competence in nursing and the training regarding precaution measures and the hygiene measures that are specific to face this disease. In our country, we designated different professionals for specifically for the disease with trained staff and particular teams, and also isolation sites because no suspect case remains in their home. And also in the emergency services, we created teams to provide care to patients with cardiovascular issues, and we created a flowchart to provide this care with a classifying nurse who interviews the person, and if they are a suspect case, they move to the respiratory care team. And in this visit, we perform the antigen test, and if they are positive, they are moved to the isolation site for suspect cases, where they are provided nursing care, treatment, and other actions based on the evolution. And we also consider all of the safety and protection measures, and they are accompanied until they are moved to the centers of care for positive cases. Then we contact the emergency services for their transport, and then the site is terminally disinfected, and all of the materials used are treated. In this case, we can say that the hospital continued working, and we have some stats that we're going to show you. How the coronographies that we performed were 1,592. Other diagnostic procedures, we had 4 of them. We performed 762 angioplasties. We also implanted 3 valves with conventional stent and 2 valves we had 35 cases of 2 valves with stent. The institute keeps having its activity, and here we have some of the direct inpatient enters. We have 2,474. We have visits to the emergency service. We have 22,712 peacemakers, 73 defibrillators, implanted defibrillators, 25 automatic single chamber defibrillators, and we also performed 229 electrophysiological studies. We performed 203 ablations, and we implanted 1,037 Holters. We can also say that the nursing personnel have always followed the biosafety standards, and we haven't had a single person who has gotten the disease due to contact with patients. I would like to also say thanks again to the scientific and the organizing committee of SOLACI because of the opportunities that you have always provided me to participate in these congresses. Good morning. I would like to thank you for the invitation to participate in this scientific event in the framework of the Congress of SOLACI. I will talk about the following topic over the next 8 minutes, and it's the Cath labs in the times of the pandemic. The coronavirus disease pandemic is taking a heavy toll on the families, communities and societies in the entire world. And the everyday life has transformed significantly, and the economy has gone into recession. This emergency situation of this infectious disease with treatment protocols impacted all of the areas, services and activities of the different healthcare institutions, specifically the high-risk services such as the hemodynamics services. To overcome these problems, we started applying contingency strategies for the needs that resulted of this pandemic. Some strategies were centered in the human talent and focused on processes. Our main goal in human talent is to optimize this resource by reinforcing specific areas of activity assignment, and this was done by hiring new human talent, all of them with different goals to be fulfilled. One of them is to cover the personnel or the human talent that is focused on COVID, among others. And about the processes, they were reinforced since in some cases it was necessary to increase the activity based on the type of patients that we were treating. This means that patients that had ischemic cardiopathy and who were also COVID-19 carriers, we had to apply specific technology and equipment for the treatment of these patients. And some of the other processes that were applied where we needed to suspend them, some of them. For example, programmed care to some patients, of course with the consequences that of course have been discussed extensively. And all of the things that I mentioned were to provide quality care to the patients who had COVID-19 and ischemic cardiopathies. Also to prevent the propagations in the centers, we did this also to protect the healthcare professionals and the non-healthcare professionals, and we need to prevent that this the service was a spreader of the disease. And another reason is the traditional, ethical and organized allocation of medical care in order to provide the better care to the largest number possible of people. The needs have changed and our management of them has also done so. In hemodynamic services, we treat cardiovascular problems, in particular patients with ischemic cardiopathy, because they are the number one cause of death. We also tend to structural problems and congenital cardiopathies. It's important to consider that we need to think about the different possible complications that we may have in order to be able to reassign our resources. The opinion leaders have defined different guidelines for patients who are being treated in the Cath lab, particularly people who had both ischemic cardiopathy and COVID-19. They were grouped into two groups. And group number 1 are patients who are suspected to have been infected by SARS-CoV-2 or who have a confirmed diagnosis of COVID-19, who also have symptoms of concurrent myocardic ischemia or secondary cardiac complications. And number 2 are habitual patients who have no diagnosis of suspicion of COVID-19, who have to tend to symptoms of myocardic ischemia. And we intend to divide these two groups of patients to limit the contagion. So we need to perform diagnostic tests to confirm or discard the presence of COVID-19. We intend to limit the contagion, the spreading to other patients and family and hospital and medical staff. We know very well that the primary percutaneous coronary intervention, which PCI, is one of the methods of choice, and we changed a little bit the guidelines. This has come from the first world countries. We are in Mexico, but this has been the basis for decision making here in Mexico as well. Here we have leading institutions like SOCIME, which is the Mexican Society of Cardiology in Mexico, and other associations in the cardiovascular area who have defined which are the guidelines to be followed. Some of the guidelines suggest other kinds of treatments. One of them is the use of fibrinolysis as the first option of reperfusion, but also for patients who have not caught COVID, and as well as those who have a suspicion or a diagnosis of COVID-19. We have also proposed that patients with serious pneumonia based on SARS-CoV-2 who have unstable vital signs and the concurrent STIME who received supporting medical treatment without accessing fibrinolysis or PCI until they recover from pneumonia. All of this requires us to change our strategies, change the way we work, and this is why we have different working axes. The policies were derived from the guidelines from different institutions, who applied different policies by the people who manage the country. So everything related to healthcare, and in particular, talking about the normal hemodynamic services, we increased the human talent as the available workforce to provide care during the pandemic. And this changed the paradigm in patient care. And we promoted a lot of taking care, the safety of healthcare professionals. And another basic issue is for this care is to provide with sufficient products for protection. Of course, all of this we're going to talk about when we're on the discussion table, because we have problems to be solved. We look at the future, we have plans, but we have questions to solve. For example, people who need medical care are afraid of receiving care because there's not enough correct information about the disease. Hospitals have been reconverted also to separate the patients with respiratory symptoms. So, and there are also many myths around the disease and coming to a hospital. So we can say that the Cath labs are key for healthcare institutions, and their functions have been modified and reinforced during the pandemic. They have had the ability to reorganize in their processes to simulate new responsibilities like the care of patients who have cardiac diseases as well as COVID-19. This is not the objective of this talk, to talk about the processes, but I would like to ensure that all of the processes that we have implemented to provide safety, they are actually applied. So we need to plan when we come into the services. We plan how the patient's going to leave, who's going to call the elevators. Everything here is considered. And definitely, the pandemic has generated a large challenge for the heart team in the front lines of the care. This is a challenge that we have accepted day by day in order to strengthen our personal convictions and our professional convictions in order to adapt to what the pandemic requires. And this is something that's not going to change. This is an issue that is here to stay, but that healthcare professionals and everyone involved in different institutions, we have an open mind. Things have changed, we have changed, and we must change in order to be able to face this situation and take care of the needs of everyone. And it's important to mention that we have been working in different areas, but specifically I'm going to discuss mainly about three. I work in the assistance, in training, and first of all with the assistance on changing the different processes. And here, how was this achieved? We worked with longer shifts, over 8 hours. We worked on 24-hour shifts in order to then permeate this information to the rest of the areas. Here we lived a particular phenomenon in which, because we have a special service, this is a critical service for the hospital, so this makes it different. And the personnel that we have available, led by their medical and nursing staff, they have been tasked with researching the ways that they were working in other countries and how was this going to work. And the hemodynamics staff, the Cath lab staff, are always with stress because one of the main requirements of working in this area before the pandemic was the stress. But we know that we have a lot of anguish, the fear of now here in the pandemic, the fear of getting the disease, but with the ethical idea of I'm going to do this and I'm going to do this right. I'm going to do this right and I'm protected. I'm going to do this right and I'm safe. So we set up the processes, we wrote down the processes. We have a team, a dedicated team who led the changes in the Cath lab. So they were researching and working and putting in practice all of these guidelines. And one of the most complicated issues here were which members of the personnel were vulnerable, which weren't, who are going to have better care, more care. And these are things that here is where the solidarity came through between the personnel, and to have the open position of, okay, I'll stay because I can, I'm going to work. And they worked side by side, everyone. we have in one of the hospitals we have one room specifically for the care of those patients, and that room was prepared and organized and everything to provide safety for everyone. And everybody was looking at each other, and they all were confident that nothing that was being done was not within the protocols. So, and the protocols that we were respecting, because even though it was, if we were doing a PCI, here you had to respect the time to provide safety to patients and the staff, the nurses, the technicians. So we respected all of the times. So in hemodynamics there's no rush. We do things in a particular way, but without that pressure that we always have in the regular times, which are not coming back. So we performed all of these changes based on the way that we operated before. And regarding the teaching, a large part of the institution worked to provide us with all of the information and the different methods to inform the staff in a thorough and safe way of the things that the different techniques, the ways that you could get the virus, etc. And all the rest that I could say is that if I have anything remaining to say, I will say it when questions are asked. So I have nothing else but thanking everyone. Thank you all.
Good morning, everyone. I was invited to talk about the current state of the health staff in the Cath. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the organizing committee for the invitation. For me, it is an honor being here in representation of my country, which is Uruguay. And I would also like to thank Daniel Maggio, president of CCO. I'm going to talk about the current state of health care staff in Latin America in the Cath lab. We already heard about our colleagues and the current situation, and my country is no exception to what they have been describing about the situation we are living in Latin America. What I want to share with you is a survey that we did from the center I work at, and it was an international survey about the practice of interventional cardiology during this pandemic, with special focus in the myocardial infarction and the health state of our health staff. As a consequence of the COVID pandemic, we have seen a reduction in the activity of interventional cardiology, and the objective of this survey was to quantify this decrease and the impact in the management of myocardial infarction in Latin America. As we said, we performed a survey in all the countries of Latin America. We registered the diagnostic catheterism and the perception of the Cath lab about the care for STEMI and the effect of COVID in the health staff of these Cath labs. Two periods were compared, one before COVID and the other within the pandemic was planned for in the different countries. The results that we obtained were that 79 centers responded out of 20 countries, and they all say that there was a significant decrease in all the procedures, both for diagnosis, for therapy, coronary therapy, and structural therapies. And over half of patients who came to the Cath lab with myocardial infarction within the pandemic, they stopped coming here, or they came very late where the infarction was very advanced and patients were at greater risk and worse prognosis. There was a reduction in diagnosis and more delay in reperfusion, and we all believe This was due to the pandemic. The face-to-face visits were cancelled, and we also see this was due to the fact of patients were afraid of going to hospitals and becoming infected, and the pain continued, so the visits were very late, and with all that we lost a lot of time for perfusion. We lost the myocardial part, as we say, so this was all affected by COVID-19 in the health staff was seen at the beginning of the pandemic. All the labs saw a reduction with different activities in different countries, but the behavior was pretty similar, and they have all seen the impact in the health staff. The conclusions is, as we said, there was a significant reduction in going to the Cath lab due to the pandemic, a great decrease in the number of patients treated with STEMI, and with all the risk in the mortality and morbidity it has. We think the health authorities must be on the alert for the situation. They have to promote that patients with symptoms compatible with STEMI go quickly so that they can make sure that the centers are protected, that the health staff works with the necessary protection so that we can treat them with reperfusion in a timely way. I want to show you in blue before COVID and in red within the pandemic. You can see how the care changed in all the centers of Latin America. In here, this is the perception, so this would be subjective, but you can see that 87% of all who answered had a perception that the number of infractions that were diagnosed decreased. This is the perception in the delay of reperfusion that also increased. And this is in Uruguay, the health staff. They have all been vaccinated with Pfizer with 2 doses. Vaccination here is voluntary, but it was accepted on a 90% of the cases. The health staff that was infected corresponds to 0.02%, and out of that percentage, 0.3% died within the health staff. In our country, we created a national coronavirus plan that is open 24/7 for general population and the health staff. We also have a toll-free number that is available 24/7. The Ministry of Health, together with the psychology school, created support groups, and it was seen that 1 out of 3 teams, health teams, has requested psychological support. We also created national protocols for PPEs following international standards and adapted to our country. We have a health coverage that is special for the staff that was infected with coronavirus, and we also say that we are with a staff that is very tired. The pandemic is longer than we had expected. We lost a lot of things, and contact with the patient is very different. Although in Uruguay we are going back to in-person visits, we're trying to recover the number we had before the pandemic in the diagnosis of infarctions. As they are vaccinated, they are going even more to the centers. I want to show you this. We are a very small country with 3 million inhabitants. We have 64% who are vaccinated with 1 dose. We're trying to reach 50% with 2. And as regards visits of patients with symptoms of infarction, we are a very small country with no geographical obstacles, so the visits can be very fast, and we are seeing a change in the population, and they are going in a more timely manner to the institution. I would like to give this comment. It is necessary to be aware of the situation, of the evolution of the pandemic. We need to take necessary measures, because proper attention is not only being affected here in the present, but it will also have an impact in the evolution of a lot of patients due to not having received a proper care in a timely manner. So we have to think about how we're going to deal with this from now on. First of all, as regards health and prevention, and what we're going to do with this situation in the future, because this does not end here. This is what I wanted to share with all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry I was absent for a moment. I had a problem with the computer and the cell phone and everything, but everything is solved. I would like to thank all of the faculties. I admire your opinions. We are facing a very big problem. I would like to clap all the health staff that have died, friends, colleagues, co-workers, whoever that is, from the person in charge of cleaning to infirmary chiefs. A lot of people have died, and I would like to honor them all, and I want to thank all of you. I'm going to ask, is there a question from the audience? I tend to say the audience, is there any question you may have, or any of the panelists would like to make a question, so as to end with this great session? I would like to say just a few things, because time is pressing and I do not want to take a lot of time. Protocols changed very much. They changed very rapidly. We had to adapt to what we never could have expected. In 2000 in SOLACI in Argentina, a doctor said, what are coming are allergies and pandemics. This is what we have in the future. And we said, okay, and yes, he was right. Unfortunately, that was right. Adapting to this was a substantial change. Certain centers, big centers, could do it in a perfect way, but there are some centers here in Argentina that are very small, and they could not face with that, or they lacked the PPE, for example, and so the spread moved forward. We have people who are not responsible and go and infect all the others. We also need to take into account healthcare. I believe Carolina said, Rosa as well, Denise. I thank him for his presentation. There are some people who did not go to the hospital with a pain on the chest because they were afraid of getting infected. I do not go because I do not want to get infected, for example. And then a lot of protocols, different protocols. Each country or each institution had a different protocol. This is not the same we have here in the city or in the outside, for example, or a therapy with 16 beds or with 4 beds, for example. We needed to adapt to the fact that we did not have oxygen available for therapies, for example, and a lot of people took advantage of this situation. So we need to try to control this situation because and for example, as regards the prices of hand sanitation, for example, we do it with carbon that is on $1 price, and that was very complex. The vaccination point, okay, we will be vaccinated, and it has been a race. I believe the responsibility is not ours, but that of the states to try to share equally to all of the countries. India, to name one, does not have the population. Most of the population is not vaccinated. In Ecuador, Uruguay was alongside us, and I believe that the WHO should go deeper in this matter. The COVAX plan at a global level, for example, we need to try to improve that, to change the policies. And no, we need to have vaccination for everyone, not because you're big, you're small. No, for everyone. We need vaccination for everyone. And to close, I would like to also to say, whether you have a question, you can interrupt me. as regards emergencies, the time that we had from 4 to 6 minutes to refer a severe case, and that already changed, so mortality and morbidity increased. The lines are saturated, you cannot contact the professionals. We are 10 minutes to end with the session. If one of you would like to say something, I welcome you. Daniel, I would like to name each of the participants of this session for you to know the people who have talked. I would like to thank you for this international congress. For me, it is the first experience as a secretary of a session of this international congress, and I thank you a lot. And I would also like to thank you for your great work behind the scenes and all the coordination of this session, this module. And I would also like to thank the panelists. They were very diverse. We had different specialists and advocates of each country. We had the participation of Denise Rios from Argentina, specialist in nursing, Maria Angelica Vázquez Garcia from Santa Cruz, Bolivia, Adriana Lima from Brazil, Ruth Lindsay Cárdenas Suarez from Colombia, Margarita Garcia Alvarez from Costa Rica, Emma Hernandez Valdez from Cuba, Rosa Ruiz Piñeiro from Mexico, and Carolina de Matos from Uruguay. All of the presentations were very interesting. As Daniel said, if one of you would like to mention something in this time of the session, you can do that. I myself made some comments. I believe that of course we have a lot of differences in different health systems, how health is organized in different countries. We have a mixed system of 3 parts, public, private, and of social security, but not all countries are organized in the same way. But well, the surprise factor was common for everyone, the lack of preparation to deal with such an important crisis at a global level, but that also require adapting from the team. And as Daniel said, the state of the role is very important when organizing. We also need to talk about the role of organizations such as SOLACI, for example, an academic international organization, to be able to create protocols and to create these spaces to share information, to know how other countries are handling the situation. That has been very important during the pandemic, the role of the organizations to be updated and connected and to go even further with research and be prepared for the next problems we will have in the future. The truth is that I listened to the word challenge, this challenge that was very important for us as health professionals, adapting to new protocols, to the new ways, and trying to see and find out after days and months which were the new needs that were emerging as in all of the countries happened, the decrease in the visits and in the intervention, which is coupled with a mortality and morbidity increased for preventable diseases due to the delay in diagnosis. We had to adapt constantly and gather information and share information to be able to respond to the different demands of the population. Health staff and nurses show their professionalism during this pandemic. I believe it is very important to keep the connection among professionals of the whole world and to be able to advance with greater organizations, to be strengthened, to be acknowledged, and to allow us to pass on everything that we have learned, not only to our team but also to the population, so that everyone can see not only what we do but what we suffer within hospitals and within primary care clinics, in schools where nurses work in each of the areas we intervene so that they can see the importance of the role of health professionals, not only during the pandemic, but always. We talked about the tiredness, the stress, the reorganization of teams, the loss of co-workers, families and friends, the suffering of this infection by the health disease, and then when they were recovered they had to go again and treat patients with the same infection, and that has a stress burden that is very considerable. Luckily, we had support groups for the health staff, but some others did not have that option to care for those who care for us. That is very important to continue to with the role that we're having. This is very important in social crisis. We talked about the deficit in the staff. We have great hospitals and diagnostic centers and great technology. If we do not have the human resource that is enough and well trained, that's like an empty shell. So that was also the topic that appeared in different presentations, the equitable distribution of equipment, the resources from the hospital, people who manage health systems are nurses, and the very important role they have in human and material resources, and that was in crisis, so nurses became key. I believe these were the most important aspects of the session. If you would like to say some words, the microphones are open for you to do so. This is the time, and I would like to thank you for the commitment and the great presentations we had today, and I would like to thank the entire commission, Fernando, Daniel. Allow me to be here with you is a great honor and a very significant experience. I would like to thank you for your friendship, your value, how you are a champion or an advocate for nurses, such as all of the advocates of nurses in these countries and all the countries, as you mentioned, of all the panelists. I could not listen to some of you and I'm used to hugging people. I'm crazy because I cannot do that, but well, we will have better times. I know that you are fighters, that you are in the first line, but let's see one thing. We always acknowledge them, but now we know that everyone is important. The people that is cleaning the room, for example, we do not say, here comes the maid or here comes the cleaning staff. No, I say, this is my coworker, here comes my coworker, because if that person does not clean very good, I can make a disaster, for example, and that makes us great, knowing that the other is just as important as we are. I thank you very much for your dedication, for your work. A session that was organized in 2 days, I admire you. I have known some of you for a lot of time, and I had the possibility of getting together. In this time we could not be physically together, but if I may, I have 2 to 3 minutes. I'm sorry if I break, I will need your help. We have a president, Margarita Garcia, of this session from Costa Rica. We have an honorable president, that is Sor Marie Vasquez. Today is not with us, but with me, she's all the time with me. I have a certificate of what Mexico gave us. Sor is an incredible woman, a special human being. At one congress in Argentina, I don't remember the year, but she started handing out Rosa Tico, a lot of people were there. She started handing out to a very big audience a flag. I had the flag of Costa Rica, for example. We each had a flag of different countries. And on the table, she placed all of the cups and tequila, and she invited with all these with a song to move the flag and to go forward with Sor Marie, to drink tequila and to toast for Latin America. So I will read what she said. I will go with my Lord. So I'm going to read this. I'm sorry if I break, you know, you will have to help me. Hello. Talking about life is talking about love. Cancer is a very difficult situation. I have a great family and friends who were always with me. The disease changes the way in which we work, but it must be an engine that drives happiness and good wishes. We need to move forward with love. We need to accept weaknesses to create strength and hold on to that strength. Spiritual pain called suffering is part of the life, and very few people truly know the way I feel. And this is a great challenge. And we have to work for life. Thank you for joining me in this journey. This was dedicated by Sor Marie to me. We had the great honor of knowing this amazing person. I thank you very much, and I'm very sorry for being here, for being like this. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. And Daniel is very emotional, and he was reading the letter of Sor Marie. We wanted to honor her, and through her to all the staff who lost their lives, not only during this pandemic, but always. And trying to care for one another, and having the disease sometimes opens our heart, our soul, to care for all of the people who surround us. So these words said everything. Thank you, everyone. I would like to give you a hug. Thank you, Christian, Mara, Caro, all of the panelists. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry, but I'm very emotional. I am a crier, but I will have to change that. I would like to give you a great kiss. When I hug you, I will break your spine. Take care. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Have a good noon here in Argentina. Let's move on to the second module about pathology. And I'm happy to share this table with Leonardo Arias Cardone, cardiovascular nurse in Colombia, and Hernan Dario Tricelli from Argentina. He's an image technician, and they're going to conduct this module. So I will give them the floor, welcome them, and wish them to enjoy this day very much. Okay, good morning, Arnaldo. Thank you for your presentation, and Hernan and every one of the presenters. I hope you have an excellent day, and I would like to welcome you to this module in the field of interventionism in cardiology. And we've seen that everything related to congenital cardiopathy and everything vascular has taken a great relevance. We have new techniques and new training, so it's very important topic, and we have presenters from all over Latin America to share their experiences, and I would like to welcome them formally. Before we move on to the presentations, I would like to introduce our presenters. We have Sara Beatriz Villamil. She works in the diagnostic and cardiovascular intervention from the Fundación Cardioinfantil in Bogotá, Colombia. She's going to talk about mitral insufficiency management with MitraClip. We also have Ms. Laura Gutiérrez Montoya, who's a nurse in the clinic in Medellin, Colombia. And her topic is going to be pulmonary valve percutaneous intervention, experience with Melody at Cardiovit Clinic. Then we have Federico Correa, representing Argentina. He's a nurse in the Cath lab in Corrientes. He is part of the scientific team in SOLACI. He's going to talk about approaching the tricuspid valve. And finally, we have Laura Garcia Gomez from Colombia. She's part of the Fundación Cardioinfantil from Bogotá, Colombia. And she's going to talk about the clinical and administrative management of TAVI patients. And in the live presentation, we have Diego Rodriguez. He's from Argentina, and he's going to talk about innovative technology for the left auricle. Okay, I would like to thank you all for your presentation, the experience, and I don't know if Arnanda would like to give us some words. Thank you, Leo. I would like to say hello formally to everyone who is participating in this table. Thank you very much, Diego, for accepting the invitation to be a part of this spot, this space. I would not take much more place because so that we don't take that much space from the questions. I'll give the room to Sara. Welcome, Sara. My name is Sara Villamil, nurse in the Fundación Cardioinfantil in the Hemodynamics and cardiovascular treatment. We would like to thank SOLACI for your invitation to this congress. Now we're going to move to a revision of the percutaneous treatment of mitral incompetence. To start, I would like to remind you that the mitral valve is not an isolated structure, but rather a functional complex which is composed by the anterior and the posterior leaflet, and as well as the subvalvular apparatus, which is made of tendinous and capillary structures. And of course, on the left side is a fundamental part of the complex. The working of this functional complex prevents the regurgitation to the left atrium or the ventricle, contrary to what happens in mitral insufficiency, in which the inappropriate closure of the valve, either by anatomically or functionally, causes blood reflux from the left ventricle to the left atrium during the systole. Well, when we're talking about mitral insufficiency, we have different causes which may be congenital, which is the cushion defect, the endomyocardic fibrinostosis, the parachute valve. We also have the also acquired, just the prolapse, ischemia, endocarditis, and rheumatoid disease. And particularly in our country, this is one of the most salient causes of mitral incompetence. We also need to consider that mitral insufficiency, we can catalog it based on the structure in organic or primary, and as well as we have the mitral incompetence, the rheumatoid mitral incompetence, and we can also consider the secondary, in which there is no infection as we can see in the subvalvular apparatus. And this causes an alteration in the geometry of the ventricle. So this causes an inappropriate functioning of the mitral valve, in which we have some issues with contacts, and we have displacements in the capillaries. So this causes an inappropriate closure or any other kinds of dilated cardiopathies in which we have an alteration in the ventricle, regardless of the cause of the cardiopathy. As for the incidence of the mitral insufficiency, we have that this, as well as other valve diseases, we have them starting from 55 years old, and it increases over age. And we also see that patients with symptomatic valve diseases have an increase of 5%, which starts increasing every single year. It could reach 60% at 5 years when it's associated to cardiac insufficiency. The prevalence is up to 4.4% in population of over 65 years, and it could reach over 7% in people over 75 years old. As for the physiopathology, we have the chronic mitral insufficiency. We have an alteration in the mitral valve apparatus, the regurgitation of systolic volume to the left atrium, and in time, as a compensation, we have a hypertrophy or a dilation of the left ventricle, which causes deterioration of the myocardic contractibility. This causes hypertension and right ventricle dysfunction in the long term. This will end up being a progressive deterioration, which will deteriorate the quality of life of the patient over time. As for the classification of the insufficiency, we can have the different mechanisms proposed by Carpentier. Type 1, which is due to a dilation or an annular deformation or perforation of the leaflet. And type 2 is excessive mobility of the leaflets accompanied by the displacement of the free edge of one or both of the leaflets beyond the mitral ring plane, as we have in valve prolapses and also in the breakage of some of the capillaries. And type 3 is a restricted movement of the leaflets either in diastole or systole, which is the A type A. This is only restricted in diastolic and systolic. And also we have the cases in which we have the restricted mobility only in the systole. And in the Cath lab, we can find this in this kind of patients. It's a rise in systolic pressure, in the aortic systolic pressure, changes in the left atrium pressure, changes in the pressure, the end pressure of the left ventricle, systolic. As well as treatments for mitral insufficiency, we have several aspects that we consider. We need to find the cause, its evolution over time, and of course the echocardiographic results. This way here we can see who benefits medically or surgically, to see who fulfills all of the characteristics for these patients. And these patients tend to become patients of high surgery risk. Here's where we use the percutaneous treatment with MitraClip, which is for people who have been set apart from the treatment with surgery. What does this system consist of? It's a clip of high flow, which is covered with polyester with two edges, which move symmetrically and have an angle of around 240 degrees. These are used to join the edges of the leaflets. And this is we have a clipper here, which holds them both together, and this allows for safe displacement and to adjust the valves, the leaflet, sorry. And to be able to use this in this correction system, we need to consider that some criteria need to be fulfilled, that the leaflets are mobile, not calcified, that the mitral area is over 4 square centimeters, that the length of the coaptation of the leaflets is over 2 millimeters, that the coaptation depth based on the mitral valve is under 11 millimeters, and in case of valve prolapse, that it should have an extension under 15 millimeters with a separation under 10 millimeters between leaflets. How does the system work? The clip, by catching the leaflets and inserting them in its coaptation, it reduces the regurgitating jet. It creates a bridge of fibrous tissue which limits the dilation of the ring, and it reduces the septal lateral dimension anterior posterior in the wall of the ventricle, preventing its dilation. So that will improve the patient's systems. Some of the complications that could happen, as in any other therapy that we may have, are cardiac complications related directly with the procedure, the manipulation of the handling of catheters that are required to insert the clips, and in this case we have the pericardial effuse, the perforation of cavities, the migration of the device, or the mitral stenosis, the secondary stenosis. As well, in the extracardiac issues, we have the complications that we have for the vascular access areas. They're most common ones that we have in interventionism, and some other complications like the systemic, which may be reactions that are triggered, which could trigger a stroke or anaphylactic reactions, or other reactions based on the transesophageal, the TE, so which may favor any kind of lesions during the manipulations. As for our experience, we have here 2 images showing the work, the multidisciplinary work that we have in our Cath lab. We have a hybrid lab with human and technological resources, which allows us to perform the work in a safe way, an efficient way. This is done using a multidisciplinary team. We have patients, we call them, we have patients who have complicated cases, and we define which is the best therapy that is necessary for each patient, not only based on the pathology, but also on the expectations of the life expectancy and the quality of life expected for the patient. And this is we have to see the characteristics, because most of these patients are elderly and they have a high surgical risk. These procedures are performed under general anesthetics using the TE by inserting a cardiographic probe. We have the transeptal approach, which causes an additional risk in some of these patients. And on the right we see 2 clips already implanted for the specific case. As for the patients who have been working with, we have a total of 20 patients with an average age of 77. 70% of them have been male, and as for the baseline pathologies, we have 7 with arterial hypertension and 5 with a previous coronary intervention. That's 20% and 25% respectively for each of these categories. And considering the characteristics of the clip, We've had 1 and 2 clips for most of the patients, and in order to achieve an appropriate correction. And as for results, we have moved from severe mitral incompetence to mild mitral incompetence in 71%. Then we may have a residual moderate mitral incompetence of 7% for the patients. And at 30 days, we've had success in 100% of the patients. After 2 years, we required re-intervention for 2 patients, which were taken to the operating room for surgery due to a detachment of the clips in some of the cases. And to conclude, we have that the challenges of the nursing is to become updated in the new technologies, be up to date in this respect. We need to establish effective communication lines between teams, and we need to provide an effective care for the patients. We need to be involved in establishing the heart team in different institutions, and we need to create care plans which are adapted to the needs of the patient. I would like to thank you for the invitation to this Congress, and I hope you have a very nice day.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very thankful for being able to participate in this SOLACI Congress 2021. We could not do it in person in Argentina, but here we are to share our experiences to the community. Today we're going to be dealing with pulmonary valve intervention, the experience with Melody valve in the Clínica Cardiovid, where I work. This clinic is located in Colombia, in the department of Antioquia, in the city of Medellín. I am Laura Gutierrez Montoya, a nurse professional, and I am part of the Cath lab of the Cardiovid clinic for 4 years. Before we start talking about the Melody valve, it is important to talk about the anatomy and functional part of the pulmonary valve. That is where we are going to place this type of valve. This pulmonary valve, we can see the mitral valve, the tricuspid one, and the aortic valve. The pulmonary valve is the one that allows to control the circulation of blood from the right ventricle to the pulmonary artery, and after that to the branches of the pulmonary artery for all the aeration the body needs to send the oxygen to the rest of the body. This pulmonary valve has 3 main conditions. One of them is the pulmonary atresia. We see it in this image where the pulmonary valve is not fully developed. So the heart, to be able to oxygenate, has to continue with a BDS, BST, and the conduct must be patent for the mixed blood. These are patients who have a Fallot's tetralogy. That is a VST. They have a left ventricle that is hypoplasic. They also have a narrowing of the pulmonary valve and an aorta that is very dilated within the right ventricle and the left ventricle as well. And this other that we can see here on the right, we have the double outflow of the right ventricle, and the right ventricle goes to the pulmonary artery and the aorta, and there is also a VSD to allow for the aeration of the mixed blood. Specifically, the pulmonary valve has 2 kinds of incompetence. One of them is the stenosis of the pulmonary valve. That is the narrowing, a very narrow or obstructed way for the blood flow, as contrary to the regurgitation, which is a valve that is fully open, where there is no proper control of that blood circulation from the right ventricle to the pulmonary artery. These patients may have fatigue, dyspnea in daily activities such as washing their teeth, general weakness. They will also have a type of tachycardia, that is the way the heart has to balance that lack of the capacity to circulate all the blood. And these patients may also have a collapse or a pre-collapse. These are patients who then will develop a cardiac failure of the right side of the heart. The treatments we can provide are three, basically. The most invasive one, of course, is the surgical replacement of the valve. Then we have the pulmonary valvuloplasty, that is done in a percutaneous way, and the other one that we're going to deal with today is the insertion of a melody valve. This type of valve will allow us to decrease in the future the reinterventions after the surgery and during the surgery that require a correction if there is a failure. So here we have the description of a pulmonary valve. It is made out of a segment of the bovine jugular vein of 18 millimeters. This is placed within a stent that is of platinum of 34 millimeters long and goes within a release system containing a balloon of 18, 20 or 22 millimeters. This device goes within a retractile sheath to place on the jugular or the femoral vein, or transhepatic one if the patient so requires. The profile is 22 French, and the retractile system makes it very easy to go through the skin and to the RVOT. This valve is indicated in patients who have a dysfunction of the right RVOT or the pulmonary artery. But we need a diameter of 60 millimeters to 22 millimeters. The gradient of the outflow tract of the right ventricle must be over to 35 milligrams of mercury. It is contraindicated in patients with venous anatomy that cannot have an introducer of 22 French, implantation in the left ventricle, RVOT that is not favorable for a correct anchoring of the melody valve, also an obstruction of that outflow tract, or infection signs, an active endocarditis, a known allergy to aspirin or heparin, if the patient is pregnant, or a coronary anatomy that we're not going to deal with right now. This is the experience in the clinic. We have placed 5 melody valves, 4 of them in pulmonary position. So that's why I said before about the left-right of the heart, because we place also a mitral valve. Patients go from 11 years to 21 years in the pulmonary position, and we have an experience of a 6-month-old patient. Patients all came from Colombia, from different departments. These patients with the melody valve implantation, they had as a diagnosis a tetralogy of Fallot. They have been intervened surgically for the correction. We have a different patient with double RVOT with pulmonary stenosis, pulmonary atresia with intact septum, and another one with tetralogy of Fallot. And they have had their surgical corrections. We performed studies before implanting the valve. They were very precise to be able to see whether they were the proper candidates for the valve. This is an X-ray of the chest, an MRI to check the cardiac function, and the electrocardiogram is essential because, for example, we will need to see specific measurements and we need to take these aspects into consideration for a proper procedure, because there might be complications. The ultrasound is completely necessary. We need to see the LVEF, the stenosis at the pulmonary valve, and to see the gradients, to see whether the patient is a candidate for that kind of procedure or not. These are the results we had in the procedure for each of the patients. All the procedures are performed under general anesthesia with a cardiovascular anesthesiologist. We had different access, the femoral artery, and it may also be the jugular. In total, procedures went from 260 minutes, and the shortest one was 130 minutes. We know the pressures of the chambers. We see how we have to make emphasis on this. You can see the gradient at the beginning of the procedure, 63 to 48, 47, and 20. And once we place the valve, you can see how it significantly improves in the patients. That is what we want to achieve. So the implant of the metal valve, first of all, we need to do an anatomic evaluation. We need to perform an angiography to understand the anatomy of the conduct of the pulmonary artery and the coronary arteries. Why? First of all, we need to see if the anatomy is the proper one, if they do not have any lesion or an opening. And after that, we inflate the balloon so as not to have an obstruction of the arteries, and then move forward with the procedure. Second, we need to properly place the guide to avoid lesions, so we introduce the guide. Why? And we move it to the main part. We need to place the guide to optimize the stability and balance so as not to have any arrhythmia during the procedure. We need to prepare the duct before placing a valve. We're going to do a valvuloplasty. We're going to pre-dilate with different balloons so that then we can implant the melody valve and we avoid having future obstructions, and to understand the anatomy and have better measurements. And we need this procedure to be very precise. The preparation of the duct, once we have done that valvuloplasty, we're going to place a stent that will give us that support to then implant the melody valve that will reduce the risk of fracturing the stent. And we will fully pre-dilate, and that will expand as long as we need to properly place the valve in the correct position. And that will decrease the risks and complications in the process and after the process. Once the valve is placed, it is inserted within a balloon to be able to expand that, so we can see here the stent that we have previously placed, and within that we're going to release the melody valve to be in the correct position at the level of the pulmonary artery. And here we see the final projection was very successful, an angiography, a very good one of the branches of the pulmonary artery. We see the stent, the melody valve. At the end of this procedure, these were the balloons that we used for different patients of the experience we have in our clinic. These were the stents we used and the sizes of the valves that we used. All of them were 22 millimeters. What happened with our patients when the procedure finished? There were no complications in the procedure. Their ICU stay was of 1 day. The functional class improved to 1. The procedures were very successful, and all the process was very good. And at follow-up of these patients, one of them had active endocarditis. One of the patients had to undergo a change of the valve for a bioprosthesis, and these were the results. Then we do a follow-up of the patients with studies such as an X-ray of the chest to see the location of the valve, to see that it is working. The ultrasound is essential to see that the gradients have improved. This one, we did not have information of one patient in particular, and in one of them we have to place a bioprosthesis. And this is experience we had with only one patient in the mitral position. This was, we needed to go against a contraindication to place a valve, a 6-month-old valve with a mitral stenosis and hypoplasia of the aortic arch. There was no size of a prosthesis that could fit, and the one that could work the most was the Mallory valve. And this procedure was completely successful. These are some of the videos of the procedure performed in our institution. A patient who is with follow-up, and as I said before, the important part of this procedure is that we need to decrease the re-entry of these patients who have these types of complication at the pulmonary valve. Of course, this would not have been possible without the work of our team, our cardiologists, Luis H. Diaz, Rafael Linz and Rafael Correa, and all the nursing staff, the physicians, assistants, and administrative staff. Thank you very much for this time you gave me within the SOLACI-CACI of Argentina. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank for the invitation to the entire scientific committee in SOLACI. And I would like to share with you an approach to percutaneous intervention of the tricuspid valve. My name is Federico Correa. I work in the Cardiology Institute of Corrientes. And without further ado, I would like to start sharing with you some information about the tricuspid valve insufficiency, which is a condition of the valve that is located between the two right cardiac chambers, which is not correctly closed. The tricuspid valve insufficiency could be the result of a condition which we're born with, congenital heart disease, or it could happen due to anomalies in the valve caused by other diseases. If the condition is mild, it might not need treatment. The doctor is only going to look at to monitor the condition. In other cases, it might be serious, and if there are signs and symptoms, treatment might be required. In this case, in this image, an image of the heart that we have on the right, we can see regurgitation of the tricuspid valve. We can see that the blood goes back to the right atrium, but not on the heart on the left of the screen, which is a normal heart, which is closed correctly. Here some aspects that we need to consider is that this is a frequent issue nowadays. It's present in 50% in patients with myocardial infarction. It's functional in 80%. Surgical mortality is high. We're talking about from 8 to 20%. And this is why we think it's important that we develop techniques to be able to treat this valve. The prognosis is not clear. A tricuspid valve is one of the main foci of the cardiological interventionism for minimally invasive interventions in the future. And tricuspid insufficiency, the severe cases are related with a bad clinical prognosis. Now I would like to share with you this image in which we have the different devices that we need to be familiarizing ourselves with. We have the direct suture annuloplasty devices, the direct ring annuloplasty. Then we have devices that enhance coaptation, and valve replacement devices. We're talking about the valvuloplasty. This is a technique that tends to reinforce the ring around the valve. And you can see in a direct ring annuloplasty, we might have for the triachine, the cardioband. We also have the cinch for the coaptation, the edge to edge. We have forma, and for valvular replacement we have TRIC-AIR, tric valve. And as I said before, these are devices that we will soon have more information. We will have them more dominated, as we could say it like that. And this is a timeline of the development of the intervention of the tricuspid valve. We can see how in February 2005 we have the first animal study on percutaneous replacement of atrioventricular valves. In 2011 we have the first mitral clip on tricuspid valve. June 2014 we have the first annuloplasty with tri-cinch devices. First in September 2014 we have the first tricuspid repair, the first percutaneous tricuspid repair with the tri-line system. Several trials start appearing from July 2017. And before this, in September 2016, we have the first tricuspid annuloplasty using cardioband. And in 2016, more precisely in November, we have the first percutaneous tricuspid valve implant. And in May 2018, we have the European Committee approval of cardioband. And August 2019, we have the first trial comparing the TTVI with medical therapy. And April 2020, we have the European Committee approves the tri-clip technique. Where are we going to now? The tricuspid insufficiency is a disease that is more more frequent than we knew for a lot of time. There are multiple devices that are being developed. The percutaneous treatment is feasible and safe using different technologies, and the results in short and medium term are good. It requires particularly slow learning curve. It's important to know the valve morphology to decide which is the best strategy. It improves certainly the quality of life of patients, and we need to perform more research and more randomized studies, and larger ones. But the surgery is the strategy of choice right now, undoubtedly. And the heart team is very important for developing these techniques. And the job of the cardiologist, of the interventionist, of the anesthesia specialist, the nurses, teamwork is very important to carry out the replacement or the treatment of the tricuspid valve. And I also want to highlight the importance of the nursing staff in this context. We need to train constantly. We are knowing new materials and implantation techniques, among others. And we need to take care of the approach areas. We need to have all of the materials available. And we need to take care of the order within the room for the materials to be around when the interventionist requires them quickly, and as members of interventionist cardiology, from our role we need to be in contact with patients that were subjected to percutaneous treatments on the valves, and we can see often that most of them are discharged from the hospital a few days after their intervention, because they have been treated using this percutaneous treatments. And specialists in interventionism say that having a quick recovery of the patient does not imply losing sight of the importance of this procedure and the pathology that we're treating, but rather we need to adapt and benefit from the technological advances and the modernization of the techniques based on the scientific method. And we need to consider, as nurses and technicians, that we need to be mindful of the alterations that may condition or change the procedure and the complications associated to these alterations. That means we need to have all the materials ready to achieve a successful procedure, as well as having the materials ready in case there are any alterations or anything that may happen that we did not expect. We need to anticipate these events. Prevention, the care of these issues and the needs and fostering autonomy are the basis of our work. I would like to stop in this image to interpret it appropriately. We have the aortic valve, the mitral valve, and what we consider the forgotten valve, which is the tricuspid valve. We see here the development that we have for the treatment of the aortic valve, then the mitral valve, and showing up just on the side, the thing that's the future in the coming few years is the treatment of the tricuspid valve. And the idea is that through these congresses and with the support of interventional physicians, and with the training that we have every day, Due to being able to participate in these kinds of congresses, we believe that this is very important, and it's very important to be up to the task. And I would like to thank you for your attention, and we would expect your questions or anything that you might want to share with us. I will be glad to orient or to guide you a little bit on this topic. Once again, thank you very much to all of you.
Hello everyone, my name is Laura Garcia Gomez. I'm the coordinator of the Public Disease Coordination Section of Fundación Cardioinfantil. I would like to thank SOLACI and CACI for the kind invitation to participate in this great event. Today we're going to talk about patients that undergo TAVI procedures, and I would like to say something about our experience in the pediatric area. I hope this is useful for all of you. I do not have any disclaimer. What are we going to talk about? Let's start with the problem. Which are the challenges, where the magic goes, and how we go with the patients and their families before, during, and after the procedure. Aortic stenosis is, in this case, the valve disease that is most prevalent in the world. Analyzing the population and being aging, this acquires more importance. So there is a very high prevalence of 2.5% in 75 years old patients, going up within the population, and possibly this data underestimates the problem that we are having. So we are saying that in severe aortic stenosis would be the next pandemic in cardiology. How does the magic work? We do some phases that allow for the identification of the patient and the family during the whole procedure. These are patient recruitment, selecting and defining the patients, authorization process, programming, education and anesthesia, programming surgery, and follow-up. As the first phase, we have different guides of these patients. For example, cardiologists in urgency department. Our institution has a cardiology service that is open 24/7, reference levels, and our echo alert program that consists of a detection of a critical value of aortic stenosis that we need to identify. And in the external level, the physicians who refer to us, and we receive patients from other institutions that detect the pathology, consider us as leaders in the management, and contact us to treat these patients. This communication is direct. And then we have all the cardiologists outside the hospital who refer patients to us, and they are taken to an assessment by the cardiology of the institution, and the staff of the surgery also to define the time for the intervention. In the second phase, the patient is taken to a consult with the specialist, and we perform a physical exam, an echocardiogram. In the visit, we create the medical indications to be presented. Taking into account the recruitment phase, we have a patient with severe aortic stenosis, and this is composed of studies of the left orthograms, echocardiograms, and CT of the vessels of thorax and abdomen. We also need to see this in the TE in our institution. We have established day and time. We consult with cardiovascular surgery, cardiology, and the coordinator of valve coordination. In this board, we have this treating physician, and we have also defined which procedure we need to perform. Once it is defined, we start with the authorization process. The patient is taken to the consultation for explanation of the surgery, and we provide the orders to perform the exams and to plan for surgeries, and we request the necessary assessments. For example, if they are older patients, after the consult, the patient is taken to the CAP that manages all the authorizations with the insurers. For follow-up of these authorizations, a consecutive code is created. Some agreements require a peer board. This procedure is included within our health system and is considered high cost. It must comply with all the preciseness to be approved. This board convenes monthly or as necessary with a group of specialists that will intervene. Once the patient has the result of the assessments, they are sent via email to the coordinator of the valve clinic, and she verifies through a checklist the times of those assessments, and once we have all the documents, these are sent to CEAP that is in charge of having the complete authorization for surgery and sending it to the surgical department in charge of programming the surgery of the patient. In this phase, the chief of cardiovascular nurses verifies again the results of the exams and proposes a date for the procedure. Then we inform the CEAP to perform the PCR test for COVID, consultation with an anesthesiologist, and then we inform the patient about the surgery. Once the patient is ready and with a defined day, the consecutive code that was created while starting the process migrates to the areas in charge of the programming. In this case, admission, surgery, the OR, for example, to streamline the process. Once the procedure has been done, the patient goes to cardiovascular follow-up. Based on this process, I'm going to tell you our experience in Fundación Cardioinfantil. From 2009 to 2021, we have performed 267 procedures of TAVI, and 78% have been performed since the beginning of the program in the clinical valvular. And for 2020 and 2021, this has been impacted by the pandemic of COVID-19. So we assess some indicators. You can see here in this bar, in light blue, the pre-surgery hospital stays. When we see the post-surgical stay, they go from 3 to 5 days. It is important that we see in the darker bars that we have intensively worked. When we talk about hospital stay patients that come electively, those that are programmed for the procedure, we can see a great impact in the hospital stay. Once again in light blue, 1 to 3 days, and after the procedure we'll go from 3 to 6 days of hospital stay. But we take into consideration that we are implementing strategies to improve the situation in the patient and not required to move the patient to a different center. As regards the mortality of TAVI, we see that the number of patients intervened, mortality will be seen in percentages. We see that we will have mortalities that can be a minimum or maximum 7%. We have a mortality of 11% in 2021. This is conditioned to the fact that we have performed 29 procedures with a mortality of 3 patients, so that takes us to this high percentage. In here we can observe the total of after surgery events from 2009 and 2021. We will see that 2020-2021 we have COVID-19 pandemic, and a proportion of 22% of our patients. If we remember that in 2021 we had 29 patients. There is a great improvement when we compare to 2020. we did not have any. We had a very successful program with very good results. COVID pandemic has created a great challenge in health since we have to reorganize all the processes. So to be able to manage patients, we need to treat their pathologies precisely, and we have also faced challenges in the visits. So we have performed video consultation. These are the leading strategies that have allowed us to position ourselves with interventions for aortic stenosis in the first places. Patient recruitment. You have to look for the different strategies to recruit patients with valve disease, the patient that comes to the hospital with symptoms. So we need to try to recruit them early to do the follow-up and the treatment too. It is very important to have good leaders that recruits and goes with the patient during the whole process, and third of all, that patient, while being assessed by a professional cardiologist or cardiology surgeon, needs to be followed up. We need to be with them and to determine the time when they are candidates for these kinds of interventions. And we will need to consider this whole process. So the coordinator of the clinic has a very important role, going together with the patient and the families with different strategies to have a successful procedure. And the magic does not end here. We do the follow-up of patients after the surgery, and we create indicators for the treating cardiologist for the better management. So what is the message? Aortic stenosis will be the next cardiac epidemic. This is the time to create structured programs and organized programs that are with defined basis for the treatment, to have a good and successful procedure, in this case a transcatheter aortic implantation with the same clinical result, being very efficient in the lowest time possible for the patient and their families. Thank you very much.
Okay, continuing with our academic session, I would like to first congratulate all of the presenters. Excellent presentations, excellent shared experience, and it's fundamental that to share these experiences. I would like to introduce you to Diego Rodriguez. He's a specialist from Argentina, and he's going to talk about innovative technology in closing devices for the left auricle. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much to Fernando and everyone for inviting me to this event. Let me share with you my screen. Let me see if you can see it. My screen. Is that okay? Yes, you can start. Great. The talk that we have today is to make sure that since I'm going into the structural interventionism, and this is let's see some of the latest technology for devices and technology for closing the auricle. And everybody knows that everything that we're talking about, the closing of the auricle, this is our patient, this is the focus. The atrial fibrillation is one of the most common arrhythmias with the largest frequency, 2 to 3% of the population. It grows with age. This is the impact. And to catch up with all of the information, 87% of ischemic strokes are from this origin, and of them over 90% come from the left auricle. So we are not going to talk about the other methods, and let's remember that the gold standard for auricle fibrillation is warfarin. We're not going to talk about that to avoid being extensive, but I like this slide that shows you, okay, but the closing the auricle is something new, but on 2002, Dr. Crivier had the first TAVI on a human being, and we had a pilot study in 2002, the LAAC, of the feasibility and the safety of implanting an occlusion device for the auricle. So that's been for a long time. And something that is very important for all of us, both in Argentina and the rest of America and Latin America, is very important is evidence-based medicine. So meta-analysis and clinical work is very important, as well as the results. Remember that the European guidelines, the ESC, have these standards for evidence. What does it mean to be evidence? To be, for example, it means that we still need a little bit more of study, and for the consensus of on atrial fibrillation from the Congress of Cardiology in 2015 is that the last paragraph is that at all times we need to consider the medical criteria. So as well as the people who have talked before me, we always highlight the importance of the heart team, a multidisciplinary team which is looking for the best improvement for the patient. So even we can say that even if we have a 2B for the auricle closing, we need to consider that percutaneous occlusion using a device in the left auricle is reasonable for those patients who have atrial fibrillation, in which we cannot use oral anticoagulants. Here we have the scores, the score table. We always work with scores in many of our specialties, and we need to consider that the CHADS-VASC score, and that's the score of patients, and most of our patients in Argentina, unfortunately, and in most of Latin America are above 3 or 4 of CHADS-VASC, because many of these patients start with a stroke or which is a previous ischemic accident. So most people have a score of over 4. Also, we also have the Hasbled score, which is a bleeding score which we measure patients which cannot be anticoagulated. Most patients always have above 3, so they're patients of high risk to continue providing them with anticoagulants. Let's go into the imaging world of the auricle. Let's remember that the atrial fibrillation is considered as a chaotic rhythm. We can see the absence of the P wave, and the absence of this P wave is the absence of a full left contraction. So the risk of the appearance of thrombosis is very important, because the auricle is transformed into an end of sac, an ideal position for having thrombosis. Here we have some of the images with some of the thrombosis, and for the last few years the gold standard to see the auricles and being able to classify them and understand them was the TEE, and we are normally doing a protocol of 0 degrees, 45 degrees, 90 degrees and 135 degrees of the TEE to understand the morphology of the auricle and to measure the size. So this is very important when making the decision of closing the auricle with a device. Nowadays we have other methods of imaging diagnosis, which is using the CT scans, the angiography, the moment of the implanting, which makes the imaging something very friendly, user-friendly and easy to understand. We can understand the morphology and we can take the necessary measures, actions. Here we can see some images with the relationship between the auricle and the pulmonary artery, and we can see the proximity with the mitral valve. We need to consider everything before making a decision, before deciding which device to use and which size to use. Here we have some images of the auricle, and once a Spanish physician was giving a conference, and when we were able to be here present, if we have 1,000 people, each person has a different auricle. They might all be similar, but they are all different. So we need to respect the shapes of the auricle, because everybody knows that it's an end of sac of muscle, which produces, in which we see that the breakage of an auricle can cause pericardic effusion, and in the images we can see that's very interesting to look at the echocardiograms, in which we can see 3D imaging to understand not just the auricle, because if we want to get to the auricle we need to perform a punction, so it's very important to see the images in the different echoes. So it's very important to see the circumflex artery, which we can see you're seeing an actual section. And so the echo is very important during the procedure, and it's very important before the procedure to be able to understand the morphology. And there's something that is gaining a more important place, which I have told you about in 2016. Angioplasty is going to have a fundamental place, and now we know that the angiotomography, I'm not going to talk about CAT scan technology, because you all know I could provide you with a very important talk about this, very good talk about this, but let's move on to the type of qualities of the images. The tomographer of 128, and we can see the type of auricle, and we can be able to measure it and quantify it. So this is very important when preparing for the procedure, which is very good. For example, other technologies like 3D printing. Here we have the printing of where we could go in as if we were mocking the procedure and see how we could perform it. And we have seen the growth of the technology, measurement systems, measurement softwares. I work with Trimensio, which is a measurement software which allows us to measure all of the images, which could be a tomography, a resonance, an MRI, CAT scan, and here we can see this. We have multi section imaging for the. Here we have what we call the auricle, and here we can do a virtual navigation through the auricle. And what we can see here is the number of lobes that we can see. It could be monolobular or multilobular, and this allows us to have a sensitivity to consider if what we are seeing is a lack of feeling or if that's the actual image. And I always like to show you the future, and everybody shows us what's next in all of your presentations. So we can see on the left a conventional rendering of a 3D echocardiogram. We can see many of the procedures. In the procedures, and what we have on the right is the transillumination. And these images, I got them from a talk about what's next, what's new in imaging diagnosis. This is, I don't know if any country in Latin America already has it. This is something incredible. And here we can see in the image on the right the 4 big groups where we could have the different shapes. Windsock, the chicken wing, broccoli, which is a very rare auricle. I've seen it in 4 to 5% of the cases, multilobular. And the other one is cactus type, which could have 2 or more lobes. The current market that we have right now, the first ones that appeared were the Amulet device and the Watchman from Boston Scientific. The good thing is that the technology of the devices has been changing and has been improving day by day based on the need. So as the new technology says, the new designs could make the implantation easier. I'm going to move to the Lambre device. I'm going to show you a short video. This is the Lambre device. This has the latest technology for the auricle closing. This has been used since 2016. It has 2 parts. One of them is the umbrella covered by cloth, an anchor with spikes, and a cover that completely seals the mouth of the auricle. We can embolize, we can close, we can occlude any kind of auricle, and this is very important. The approach is done from the outside, so it's a very friendly device and a very reliable device, which reduces the rate of complications due to several of the known issues. What was this composed of? It has 2 parts. One of them that goes into the lobe of the auricle and it remains anchored, and another one, the cover, which has a coating, a unique coating for this device, which is titanium nitride, which is going to be a standard, which reduces drastically the possibility of creating a period device thrombus. This is all a single piece, a single part that occupies a particular part in the auricle, which performs the sealing. Like every device, it has a sheath, a catheter, and of course one of the most important characteristics is that it has 17 different sizes that we can combine, and this is very important because we have many shapes, many types, many lobes of auricles, so the devices cover the different groups, the standard or the special groups, depending on what we have. The graph is the way that we will see the auricle when we have one lobe, when we have one multiplying lobe in the internal part, and one lobe where that is very complex, where we have 2 lobes. So this is the way that we would see it on the Cath lab. Within the endoscopy, the device is positioned in the auricle. It's repositionable, it's resheathable, so this makes it very easy to reposition. And the valve is the smallest one, which is not that important because the access is through the femoral vein. But the important thing is when we make the punction, so the smaller the valve, the better it is. Here's a little bit of the history of each of the devices, the way that when they have been created. Our device is the youngest one. It's been created in 2016. We have approval in several countries, and in Argentina we've had it since 2019, and we started working with it in a very difficult context in the pandemic. And Diego, there's a minute left. Okay, the procedure is done very simply. It's done through a transeptal punction. And it's very simple to take the measurements in the lab, and in the lab we decide what's the size that's going to be prepared. In 3 steps we release the device. We don't need anticoagulants for this implant. This is only what we consider as what we call the ABT. And okay, I would like also to thank you all for the invitation, for your time, and I hope that you found this presentation interesting. Great, Diego. We needed a little bit more time to discuss all of these topics in this very specific module. We have a specific module in which we know that the technology forces us to go to be up to date and to improve everything. And now I want to give the floor to Hernán Tricelli to lead the question and answer, the Q&A session. Would like to tell everyone that you can ask your questions in the active chat, and if you cannot, you can write to us at the email enfermerotecnico@solaci.org, so that we can answer all of these questions in a timely manner. That's it, Hernán. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Leo.
Thank you. The presentation was excellent. I was taking some notes about topics that were common to all the presentations I've heard. Multi-team work. I'm also seeing that, I see that at work as well. We need to be even more specialized within groups. We need to form different teams specifically dedicated to structural pathologies. We're seeing that. Ultrasound. I will ask you a question and let's see who wants to answer. The ultrasound within the procedure, for me, it is essential. It is something that is common in all the presentations. Maybe if you want to mention something, maybe Federico, you have experience with MitraClip, right, Fede? I also believe that not only the teamwork from a lot of disciplines within the institution, but also this opportunity, being able to be in contact with SOLACI and sharing with different experts within Latin America, the direct contact with other professionals working in the same area. It has happened to me sometimes that I had some doubts, and so I could contact Claudio Rodriguez from Fundación Favaloro or any other person. For me, it is very good to clear all the doubts that we have. We may be more specialized in one area and help the others. And then Laura Garcia. We in the institute, for example, patients are treated as an outpatient treatment. In 24 hours, 60% of patients go to outpatient treatment with a Holter that is connected with the monitoring center that we have in the institute. And in fact, we have one patient that became an outpatient within the same day of the procedure. What do you think, Laura Garcia, about this? Do you have any experience with that? Good afternoon. No, we do not make outpatients with an external Holter. Our patients go 2 to 3 days after monitoring, and if they have a specific indication within the hospitalization, we provide with all the management. And what do you think about that? Our Holter is connected to the central of the institute, so the patient live nearby, so we are monitoring them. Yes, I believe it is a very good option. It is important. More than the hospital stays, we need to monitor them. This has a great impact both for the patient, the family, and of course the administration staff. So that is a very interesting approach. Diego, which are the times of the procedures? closure of the auricle if everything is prepared. So we need to have a checklist, as you said before, in this of the interventional cardiology of the structures. We need to have a checklist. As you know, a TAVI checklist and different from the closure of the auricle. The procedure may last 1 hour, including the transeptal puncture. Great. And the requirements to be able to perform the auricle closure, you explained a little bit about this. Yes, the requirement is a TTE during the procedure, before and during the procedure, because a TEE, I'm sorry, because we need to see that there are no thrombus and that we can have all the measurements. So we need to have everything handy and not forget about being prepared for potential complications. The pericardiocentesis must be handy. We need to have all the materials that will be used, so that's why we need a checklist. That is very important. And then it is a venous puncture with a transeptal access. And this is all we need. And of course, training for this procedure. Yes, training is key, so I wanted to mention that as well, and going deeper and specializing even more. This is happening to us. We have a team within a team specialized for a specific field, and for pericardiocentesis specifically in these structural cases when there is a lot of calcium, for example in an aortic valve, and having the surgical staff very near. The transeptal puncture is one of the first barriers that we have in general. Up to the transeptal puncture, we are or very complicated, and then the team can relax a little bit. Federico, you mentioned that about working with protocols all the time of a scientific method. What can you say? Can you say a little bit more about that? The protocols are essential, and just as Diego mentioned, looking for the different flaws within the process. Yes, I would like to say again what you mentioned before and what you previously said about teamwork and the backstage, to say it in a way, and the communication physicians need to have with the technologies of the industry, with the nurses and technicians of the institution where the procedure is performed. We had an intervention with Diego Rodriguez, in which we could see all of these activities, to have all the materials in order that were necessary for everything to go smoothly, or as we say, there may be some flaws, and we also need to be prepared for that, as Diego mentioned. A pericardiocentesis checklist, for example, and have everything ready so that we do not have any problem within the Cath lab, no running around. That is very important, to have a checklist. And Diego gave one to me in the last intervention that we had, and I'm saying again, it is very important. The backstage is very important for a procedure to go smoothly. Excellent. Leo, I have a question for Laura. You talked about Laura, you talked about Laura Montoya, about measuring the ventricular function. I believe it was you. On patients, you talked about MRI, right? MRI or ultrasound? What is the most used one? In our clinic, we use the two methods. A patient, before going to any type of procedure, must be performed an MRI to assess the anatomy, the cardiac anatomy, and to check the pressure within the heart. This is done through an MRI, and we also perform a TTE during the during the procedure. We also have TTE, and after that, when the patient is discharged, we follow up with echocardiograms only. The MRI is performed only before the procedure starts. Well, I think we're on time. Yes, we are, Hernan. This has been very interesting. We invite you all to continue connected with SOLACI and enjoy this wonderful SOLACI-CACI 2021 Congress. And I would also like to thank all of the speakers and all the people who are connected from homes and different parts of Latin America for sharing and trying to move forward with education and as regards interventional cardiology and to participate actively in these events. Thank you, Fernando, again for organizing this event together with Chloe. The floor is yours. Fernando, thank you very much for the invitation to participate. We spoke of it yesterday and it was a pleasure sharing the organization of this team. It was a very good experience. Thank you very much. We will see each other. Thank you very much. Laura Gutiérrez Montoya, Laura Garcia, Diego Rodríguez, Federico Correa, and of course, His Excellency President and Secretary who have organized this module, trying to educate and share knowledge for a better health. Thank you, everyone. We continue with this very interesting Congress. Thank you, everyone. Hello, I am Fernando Orsi from Argentina, President of the Scientific Committee of SOLACI-CACI Argentina of the Chapter of Technicians and Nurses. It is with a great joy that we have come to this day, to the start of the conference. This is August the 2nd of 2020 that was delayed due to the pandemic that affected the entire world. And we started this day very happily, and I present ACETIA, Civil Association of Argentina, which is a well-known one in the whole world because it was a pioneer association that was with SOLACI from the beginning and that worked together with us, a non-profit scientific organization but with educational purposes. I will not go deeper into that. It is an association that has over 25 years in the market in Latin America and today is led by specialist Patricia Leiner, who is with us, and the Vice President Nicolás Martín, whom I give the floor to. Thank you very much for your kind words, Fernando. And I would like to welcome all of the audience and the speakers of the module, Miscellaneous Procedures in Hemodynamics. Being the representative or ACETIA, Civil Association of Technicians and Nurses in Interventional Procedures, it is a great honor for me being part of this SOLACI-CACI Congress of 2021. I would like to thank the authorities and the organizing committee and the academic and scientific committee for allowing us to participate. So especially to you, Fernando, and our colleague and co-worker, Claudio Rodriguez. ACETIA is an association, as Fernando mentioned, that is from Argentina, linked to the specialty, as Fernando said before, that has been present for over 25 years. and continues to participate in this prestigious scientific and academic space at an international level, adding up to the knowledge of technicians and nurses. Something that today we will be summarizing in this module, and which is part of everything that we have learned on our everyday work. Then I will introduce the names and the topics we are going to be dealing with in this module. I would like to thank the participation of Margarita Garcia, who is with us from Costa Rica. She is a nurse technician in the Cath lab and director today of the nurses and technicians session of SOLACI. She will talk to us about chemoembolization. Then we'll have Mr. Roberto Nicolás de Agosto from Argentina, the chief of the Cath lab of the University Hospital in Buenos Aires. He is also a technician of the Cath lab of Sagrada Familia Clinic. Roberto is a dear colleague of us and president of ASETIA, and also former director of the Technicians and Nurses chapter of SOLACI. Roberto will talk about uterus embolization in placenta accreta. After that, Enrique Arias will join us from the city of Rosario, Argentina. He is a radiologist and technician, member of SOLACI, member of ASETIA, FATRA, and ATRR. He is teacher of Hemodynamics in the Instituto Superior de Tecnología from the city of Rosario. He works in the Cardiovascular Institute of Rosario as well. Enrique will talk about venous treatments of the May-Thurner syndrome. And then we have Vanessa Ferreira from Argentina. She's a teacher and specialist of nursing, an advocate and teacher of the Hospital Austral of Province of Buenos Aires. She's the part of the Cath lab. She's a teacher of the nursing home of Cruz Roja, member of ASETIA and member of the scientific committee, and co-director of the hemodynamics course of ASETIA. And Vanessa will talk about vision and nursing. And to close this module, we'll have Mr. Ariel Cayer from Argentina. Ariel is a specialist in bioimaging of the University of Buenos Aires, specialist in hemodynamics. He has worked in Polo Sanitario de Malvinas Argentinas, today a technical advisor of vascular products in MTG Group. Ariel will talk about IBUS in peripheral aortic and venous pathology. After that, I will give the floor to our colleague, specialist Nicolás Martín, who comes from Trelew, from the south of Argentina. Nicolás is the vice president of ASETIA and also the director of the course of hemodynamics in ASETIA. And to summarize the curriculum, before I give him the floor, I would like to say that he is an excellent co-worker, colleague, and a very generous specialist. Without further ado, I'll give you the floor, Nicolás. Hello, Patricia. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Thank all of the speakers and the audience. I would like to say hello to you and give you the warmest welcome. I would like to say that the format of these talks are pre-recorded talks because we do not want to lose the internet connections of the sessions, so they are pre-recorded, but the speakers are here with us today, and after the presentations stop, we can have a Q&A section that is live now. If we would like to start with the presentations.
Hello, my name is Margarita Garcia Alvarez. I work from Costa Rica. I would like to thank the organizing committee for the kind invitation. Thank you for this Congress. I would like to talk about chemoembolization and the frequent problems we have. We have a great mortality and morbidity numbers. Chemoembolization is the treatment of malignancies. Patients that undergo chemoembolization are being followed up, and we also prospectively analyze experience and the complications of chemoembolization. We have different symptoms: pain in the abdomen, loss of weight, loss of appetite, tiredness, nausea, enlarged liver. We have protocols to prepare before and after the chemoembolization. We have a strict control of entries and outlets of the peripheral way. We used a serum, a mixed serum. We start with antibiotics to avoid gastritis and gravel, because some patients have a lot of nausea. Apart from that, they have to use razors in both groins. We have to place a Foley catheter. We need to have the drugs for the procedure half an hour before the procedure, before entering to the cath lab. After the chemoembolization, we continue with the fever curve and with the antibiotics scheme, and then we control the BP in different stages. In the event there continues to be vomiting, we start Piltican, and then we start with a light diet as tolerated, if the patient tolerates that. Indications: it is indicated in the case of hepatomes, sarcoma, metastases, carcinoid tumors. Inclusion criteria: as in every procedure, we have inclusion and exclusion criteria. We'll be dealing with the inclusion criteria. The quality of life in a patient with cancer: they have to be below 75 years old. We cannot have GI bleeding in the last month, no allergies to iodine iodine contrast, and we need to have an informed consent form that is signed. This is very important for our safety and that of the patient and the health staff as well. Contraindication: biliary obstruction, encephalopathy, main portal thrombosis, vascular complications, and multiple tumors. The physician, before taking a patient to the cath lab for a diagnosis, must perform lab analysis, ultrasound, CT, and MRI. Procedure: local anesthesia, arterial introducers of 5 to 6 French, catheters of 6 to 5 French, introduced in the femoral artery up to the celiac axis. And once we cannulate the hepatic arteries, we do a baseline angiography. We inject lipidolol, the closest to the tumor. We embolize with microspheres. And we also do a control arteriography. During the chemoembolization, we use lipidolol, which is an oily agent with iodine, to facilitate the transport both for chemotherapy and the microparticles as a transport vehicle. The most used cytotoxic ones, cisplatin, and some of the benefits of the microspheres is the exact measurement. They are expanded 4 times longer than the original diameter, and it adapts to the small vessels that feed the tumors. We have the spheres, we have color codes, and diameter in microns. We have the orange ones, the yellow ones, with the numbers that we can see there on the screen. The hepasphere microspheres are the ones that have the spheres and also the drugs. The microspheres of one diameter of 50 microns, when they are dry, will expand up to 200 microns during reconstruction. Out of 100 in dry state, they will expand to 400. So the physician has to be sure about the proper measurement. As I said before, this is a drug that is very special, so it has to be prepared in the hospital pharmacy. We will see what I mentioned before here in this picture. This is the catheter. We can have here the microsphere or the drug reaching the tumor to embolize it. In here we have another one with drugs, the spheres with drugs. The drug, they have a positive charge, so they are bound. We introduce a catheter up to the vessel that feeds the tumor, and then the drug enters the blood stream only within the tumor, avoiding the collateral effects and acting for 14 days. The microspheres obstruct the tumor and it stops being fed. Here we have a pre and post chemoembolization. Complications in the literature after the procedure: fever, cholecystitis, gastric ulceration, liver failure, hepatic abscesses, pulmonary embolism due to shunts, and mortality in the event of severe hepatic failure. Secondary complications: pleural effusion, fever, GI bleeding, thrombosis of the portal vein. The answers that we found: a total disappearance of new lesions, as partial answer or response, reduction of 50% of the tumor, unstable disease. Assessment after the treatment: abdominal CT at 4 weeks, new CT control at 6, 9, and 12 weeks, alternating with ultrasound or with MRI. The size decreases from the 3rd month onwards. Success aspects: patients have been have been identified very well. It has to be performed by trained staff, and we need to be selecting the chemotherapy as well as the doses very carefully. Some other success aspects: we need a hemodynamics team that is highly skilled, a nursing staff that is highly skilled as well, and a personalized follow-up in each outpatient visit. Conclusions: this is the only ablative treatment that has proven an increase in survival with minimum morbidity mortality. Is a safe procedure, and with this technique we can extend the life of the patient from 2 to 5 years. Physicians who perform this procedure in these patients, they are referred from oncologists to a specialist in intervention. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. First of all, I wanted to thank the people in SOLACI and the doctors who have invited me to participate to SOLACI Congress. And my name is Roberto de Agosto. I carry in activities in my clinic and in both of them in the hemodynamic centers. and we're going to talk about uterine embolization in placenta creta. Placenta creta, this happens in pregnancies where the placenta behaves in a different way from its normal way of acting. The origin of all of this is, before we start talking about this, we're going to go back to the uterus tomography, where what we are trying to look at is that we need to know that there is the endometrium, the endocervix, which are the inner, the muscular and the serosal part, where the placenta is going to be implanted. After the ovum is fecunded, the egg is the cells start multiplying and dividing. And when we have 32 cells, or 64 cells, it's attached to the endometrium. When it's attached to the endometrium, it starts hurting it, disarming it. So that becomes the future placenta of the baby. This is going to generate blood vessels that are going to feed and it's going to clean all of the impurities of the baby through the venous vascularity there from the baby. When we're talking about placenta creta, we're talking about the invasion of the uterine wall and the neighboring tissues by the placenta. When the placenta only invades the endometrium and grows inside the uterus, it's a normal placenta. When that placenta starts becoming more aggressive and it starts invading the walls of the uterus, when it goes into the internal part of the wall, we're going to call it a placenta creta. When it goes into the serosal part, we call it placenta increta. And when that placenta goes through the wall of the uterus, it starts invading other organs like the bladder. It starts invading it. We call it placenta percreta. In one every 500,000 to 700,000 pregnancies have this kind of complications. The urgency hysterectomy is the regular treatment that is performed, since when the obstetrician takes the baby out of the womb, the uterus starts bleeding and it doesn't stop bleeding. Unfortunately, the only option that the surgeon has is to remove the uterus entirely and closing all of the arteries that are connected to it. In 80% of the cases of deliveries that are made, it's only 2.7 every 1,000 deliveries, so 80%, this is the indication, the hysterectomy is the indication for 80% of placenta creta. It's also indicated for in a specific hemorrhage or uterine atony. There's also the surgical re-exploration due to persisting bleeding is for 7%, and mother mortality happens in 4.5% in mothers who don't have an early diagnosis for the presence of placenta creta. That's 4.5%. The embolization, as for the embolization of uterine arteries, we can divide the areas in obstetrics and gynecology. The acretism is in the obstetrics part. Of course, it also involves the postpartum hemorrhages, cervical tears, and uterine atony. And in gynecology, it is used for benign tumors like fibromas, and also in malign tumors, and also in other kind of malformations. The goal of this is controlling the postpartum hemorrhage. And to be able to control this hemorrhage, we're going to we're going to embolize both of the arteries, of the uterine arteries. The treatment is risky when we have an early diagnosis. We know that there are several ways in which we can get to this diagnosis, and we can be ready for the birth of the child, so that we can avoid many of these problems and even the hysterectomy. The diagnosis can be done either by a transvaginal Doppler echography in the placenta, as if these legs invade the placenta, the endometrius, we say that it's beyond the endometrius, we say that it's a placenta accreta, and also we can do it by using MRI with gadolinium. You can see in this case the head of the fetus, and you can see the size of the placenta invading. Here we have a placenta percreta, and it invades and it almost occupies the place of the bladder. As for the catheterization that we're going to do, is the prophylactic catheterization, a bilateral one before the C-section, and we're going to use each of the catheters on each of the uterine arteries, and sometimes we do it on through each of the femoral arteries to make the catheterization. For some patients where there is a placenta percreta, we tend to insert urethral catheters to mark if that chamber starts bleeding. The surgeon cannot see anything, so they are at risk of cutting both of the ureters. This is the image that we're going to have, the pregnant patient in the Cath lab, and we need to check that the catheters are selectively in each of the uterine arteries. These are the catheters of choice, depending on the shape that they have. We usually use microcatheters when it's difficult to select and to separate the uterine artery. We place two 5 French introducers, and one hydrophilic wire is going to take these catheters towards their position. The follow-up that we're going to do is using a frontal projection. We're going to do a small angiography, and we're going to then deploy a contralateral obliquous projection to see the opening of the hypogastric artery from the external iliac, and then we're going to an ipsilateral projection. Once we are in the arteries, we can see it from the angiographic side, then the patient is going to be moved towards the operating room for the delivery, and once the birth happens and the placenta is removed, preferably before removing the placenta, the 2 arteries are embolized, and we're going to do them by using Spongostan. We're going to use a mixture of Spongostan. We're going to place it in one of the syringes and by closing the key, we're going to create this type of paste that we're going to use. Then by adding the contrast, then the contrast medium, then it becomes a little bit more liquid, and it's used. Here we can see in the images both of the uterine arteries being embolized, and once they are embolized, all of this that we can see here, imagine that this would not be the uterus that we will see everywhere, which is a uterus contained in the pelvis, but this is rather a large uterus where there is a 3-kilo baby inside of it. So it's all going to be all elongated and stretched, and this is the right artery. So always keeping in mind that this substance that we're going to use to embolize does not effute from the uterine artery. The same thing from the left side, and once we finish the procedure, this procedure is ends there. Then the placenta is removed, and we reconstruct whatever is needed to reconstruct. We have discussed other causes of obstetrical hemorrhages. I had discussed the uterine atony, which is the lack of stretching of the uterus when the placenta is removed. That happens on normal implantations, and we have also other types, the tears and other types of causes. Then we have the uterus after the placenta is removed. We still have bleeding. There's no contraction. The bleeding does not stop. So we do a plugging with gauze, and the patient is taken to hemodynamics, and the same procedure is performed. Both uterine arteries are embolized. Check this image here where the artery is still completely patent, and we can see the bleeding, the permanent bleeding or dripping into the uterus, and we can see afterward the embolized uterine arteries. In this case, one of the patients has a ligation, and they had been performed a hysterectomy, and we had ligated both uterine arteries, but the bleeding persists. Angiographically, we can see that they have not been correctly ligated. We can see some bleeding inside of the uterus, and it's embolized just as for placenta crida. We embolize both uterine arteries. Another example is after a partial hysterectomy and ligation of uterine arteries. Here we don't have the ligation of the uterine artery. We look for it, we find it, and then we embolize it. The conclusion of this procedure normally is an effectiveness over 95%. It's simple, it's quick, and has very few complications. It has a lasting effect, and the retreatment is simple. If the patient continues to bleed or bleeds again, then we can retreat the patient. It doesn't invalidate other treatments. If the vascular treatment is not working, the patient can be taken to surgery. And normally it's the first line of treatment after the failure of the ligation of the uterine arteries. In cases for normal placenta, or for several of the cases for placenta crita. Okay, thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation, and thank you very much for listening.
Good afternoon. Today I'm going to talk about the treatment for the May-Turner syndrome. My name is Andreas. I am a radiologist and technician of the Cardiovascular Institute of Rosario, and this presentation falls within the context of the Technicians and Nurses chapter of SOLACI 2021. First of all, I would like to talk about the May-Turner syndrome that is also within the vascular compression syndromes. It is one of them. It is the compression of the left common iliac vein for the pressure of the right common iliac artery that goes across of it against the vertebrae. Sometimes we can see that the right primitive iliac vein is compressed, or the left one. It favors the DVT in the left lower limbs. In 46% of cases, the DVT, iliofemoral DVT, there is an underlying venous compression. It is fundamental in the case of a suspicion to do a diagnosis of the iliofemoral DVT, mainly on the left side. This is the historical evolution of the description of the pathophysiology of this syndrome. It starts in 1851, where Virchow describes more appearance on the left side than on the right side. In 1908, McMurray describes the adhesions and edema in the iliac veins of 35 cadavers, and 32 of them were affecting the iliac left vein. In 1957, May and Turner performed the anatomic description that was very precise after examining 430 cadavers and described what they call the sclerotic cicatricial transformation with a perivenous inflammation secondary to compression. From 1965 to 1967, Cockett and Thomas referred to the clinical characteristics and a series of 57 patients. So we have a clinical presentation of edema in the lower limb caused by a compression of the right primitive iliac artery over the left primitive iliac vein, with chronic characteristics in intraluminal spurs, or in membranes, or in channels. All of those favor the formation of thrombus. The May-Turner syndrome epidemiology, we find it mainly in women of 20 to 30 years. It has been underdiagnosed. Series have been described, where we have 22 to 24% of patients having this pathology, but only 2 to 3 develop a DVT. So the syndrome for the compression of the iliac vein, or the May-Turner syndrome, is a condition in which the left common iliac vein is compressed in its passageway between the right common iliac artery and the fifth vertebrae of the sacral promontorium before the iliocaval union, with the appearance of DVT in the left lower limb. The DVT has an incidence that increases with the age, and young women are the most affected, and this tendency is reverted with the age. 80% of DVTs are proximal. Distal DVTs are mostly related to temporary causes, and the proximal DVT with chronic affections or disorders. How are we going to do the diagnosis in the case of a clinical suspicion? We start with an ultrasound in general, a Doppler ultrasound, and then we continue with a CT and an MRI, and finally we do a venography to confirm what we suspected clinically, and the other methods allowed us to see. So the diagnosis of May-Turner syndrome is done by means of imaging techniques, and there are no accepted criteria on how to select each of them. There are some advantages and disadvantages. The Doppler ultrasound provides interesting information, but although we can see the flow speed and we can calculate the pressure of the vessel and detect thrombosis, as we all know, it highly depends on the technician. Angio-CT is what our team has adopted in the last times. With arterial and venous times, adjust the method to make decisions, and in this case we can see that left iliac vein, but we have some disadvantages because we use ionizing radiation and contrast with iodine. The upper limit in this case is lower 5 millimeters, so when we go over that measurement, we are not
having a May-Turner syndrome. The digital venography continues to be the gold standard to assess DVT. It is an invasive method. It uses ionizing radiation and contrast with iodine. How are we going to treat this pathology? This is very important. The endovascular treatment in the last times has been the option of choice, with stenting before surgical correction or instead of surgical correction, resulting into better advantages for the patient and an improved prognosis due to the decrease in the recurrence rates. So what would be the expectation we have with the endovascular treatment when we have symptoms that are compatible with DVT? The first step is anticoagulation of the patient. When this fails, we go to the mechanical thrombectomy, that is more invasive. Then eventually we release a stent up to we reach to a zero gradient, which will confirm with the passing of time a decrease and disappearance of the DVT symptoms. The first case I would like to share with you is a woman of 31 years old that is admitted with pain in the left lower limb, that is overweight, sedentary lifestyle, 1 week of evolution with pain on that limb with an intensity of 5/10, erythema, inflammation, dyspnea of functional class 2-3. So we request a Doppler ultrasound, a PCR, and we detected no COVID. This is a very recent case. The Doppler ultrasound shows a DVT of the left femoral vein. We perform anticoagulation with heparin of low molecular weight. We request a multi-slice CT in arterial and venous face of the thorax and lower limbs. And we can see that the pulmonary artery is not modified or altered, but we have a defect of filling of the inferior vena cava extended to the internal and external iliac veins, the femoral vein, and the homolateral popliteal vein. We see this vein that is clearly with a thrombus, and with these images in the venography, we place a filter of the inferior vena cava, so the thrombus do not move. We can find the thrombus in the lower limb, and we start with a mechanical thrombectomy. Now, as the gradient is the same, we have a very significant gradient. We have some new devices, venous devices, specially dedicated to the venous, but they are not collapsible. We cannot make them collapse. We release a venable stent of 16 by 60. We improve the diameter of the stent with post-dilation from within, and we confirm the absence of gradient. The patient evolves favorably. You can see the control 6 months after. The stent is patent, and although we can find it here where we had the syndrome, the stent has the patency we can see here. The endovascular treatment of the second case I want to show you is also a woman of 37 years, social smoker from 16 years, obesity degree 1, sedentary lifestyle, and contraceptives, gestodine, ethylene estradiol, for 1 month with no cardiovascular disease history, 12 hours of pain in the gluteal region up to the popliteal area, without no Godet sign, and within the hypothesis we found DVT, thrombophlebitis, cellulitis, or erysipelas. The lab analysis, nothing significant. A venous Doppler ultrasound showing thrombosis in the common femoral vein and the left popliteal superficial ones. The rest are patent. The multi-slice CT confirms this thrombosis. And in here we have that the CT clearly shows below the 5 millimeters. That was the upper limit, compression of the left iliac vein and the fifth vertebrae and the right iliac artery, together with the hemodynamic services, hematology, and clinical part. We decided the treatment with thrombolysis, with catheter and anticoagulation due to the age and low bleeding risk. We started with the venography, and in that context we do a mechanical thrombectomy. It improves, but we have a left iliac vein that is completely occluded, the passage of a way, a predilation. We see a gradient of 10 millimeters. We predilate with a balloon of 9 by 40. We continue with the predilation. We continue to have the gradient of 10, and we release a stent, a venovo stent of 18 by 80. There is no gradient, and we finished with the procedure. Different images of this process I was describing. The patient is discharged at 48 hours of stenting. Edemas were reduced and the asymmetry of the lower limbs was reduced with no symptoms. Visit at 7 days without symptoms with good general condition. Lastly, and as a conclusion, this May-Turner syndrome is a rare pathology that is underdiagnosed. The imaging methods have increased the diagnostic power, and the development of specific materials for their treatment has allowed us to solve the most complex and symptomatic cases. All of this has allowed for the increase in the learning curve both for interventional professionals and diagnosticians. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here in SOLACI 2021. How many of you, my colleagues, have asked about the work in hemodynamics? What is it that we are doing here? What's my place as a part of the nursing staff? These are many questions that come in our working day, and they invite us to reflect. My name is Vanessa Ferreira. I am a professor here in Argentina, and I'm going to talk to you about the vision of the nursing staff and its work from the from the point of view of nursing as a discipline and as an activity. The WHO, as well as the International Council of Nurses, and following our pioneers who are Florence Nightingale and Virginia Henderson, they tell us that the nursing staff is every person who has completed a basic and general education program and that is authorized by the regulating entity of the country to exercise the profession. And this involves autonomous and care, as well as care in the parts of a team, and they provide care to people from all different ages, either sick or healthy in all contexts. Even for health promotion activities, care for the sick, and assistance to the elderly. The nursing staff also does other crucial functions, like fostering a safe environment for the practices. They also participate in research and teaching activities. Based on this definition, we can conclude that hemodynamics nursing requires a deeper definition, because this the training in the courses are general and basics, but to work in hemodynamics and to do it right, we need to acquire a set of competencies and knowledge and skills that are provided to us, that we can obtain from the different tools that we have within our grasp, like academic help, attending events like these, postgraduate education, and also being a bit of a self-taught professional. I'll give you some of the examples from some of our Spanish colleagues, that the professional profile from the group of work in hemodynamics, GTH, and they drafted a professional profile of the hemodynamics nurse, and they established a competency accreditation system with specialized and continuous training, where they adapt the principles established by Patricia Werner on the levels of experience, and they adapted this to the hemodynamics personnel. And what we learn is that a person who works in hemodynamics acquires the level of beginner at 6 months from working in a procedural room, if they don't have any previous experience and they need constant oversight. This person, after a year, is reaching an advanced beginner level, where they will be efficient for some tasks, but they will need the support and the instructions from their superiors. And this person is considered that after 2 years they will reach the level of junior competency, where they will have critical thinking and reflective thinking on their experience. They will be able to make decisions on their practices, but they will lack speed and efficiency in some of the tasks. They also tell us that in a period of 3 to 5 years, after a period of 3 to 5 years, we'll have a level of senior competency, where they will be able to reflect critically on their experience. They will generate an optimal answer to the needs of the patient. They will be skillful without supervision, and they will become team leaders. And this person is considered that after a period of 5 to 10 years is going to reach a level of expert, where they are agile, efficient, they have a fluid and optimum performance, they have a lot of experience, and they will deeply understand all of the procedures that are performed in a hemodynamics lab. And this person is qualified for teaching new colleagues to work in hemodynamics. In this slide, you can scan the QR code to access the full document, to read it in depth. Moving on to professional competencies, what we need to keep in mind is that the nurse, to be able to work in a hemodynamics lab, they need to be able to relate the 3 types of knowledge, which is the actual knowledge, the set of knowledge that we are provided by the theory and the practice, where we always need to train to improve. We need to relate the knowledge with the know-how, and this is going to use the experience to learn how to work better for our patients. And this moves into the feedback, which is performed by assessing our performance and also the performance of our colleagues in order to be able to improve our practices. And the willingness to do considers the attitudes and the abilities of the person as a single human being. This is specific for every person. It's teamwork, the initiative, the critical thinking, the emotional intelligence of each person to acquire these competencies that we mentioned to work in one of these rooms. And in order to mention our competencies and our skills, to put them in practice, we have the scientific background that we consider here with the implementation of the PAE. It stands for Proceso de Atención de Enfermería in Spanish, which is the nursing care process. We need to move it to the practice. So we start with the part number 1, which is the evaluation of the patient, the initial evaluation or assessment, so that we can provide a better care for this person. Then we're going to perform our nursing diagnosis based on the needs of this patient, of this unique and individual patient. We're going to perform planning of care, pre-intervention, inter-intervention, and after the intervention, even if the patient, the values of the patient go to very low values. After that, we have to go to the execution of this care based on the knowledge that we have, and then we move on to an evaluation and assessment of the care that we provided to the patient. And then we start with the cycle again. Here we have some of the nursing diagnoses that are standard for our patients in hemodynamics. Anxiety and fear related to the lack of knowledge and that they may have. Our patients also have a deterioration of physical mobility because we may have a minimally invasive procedure, but it generates discomfort. We may have conflicting decisions because when we do a catheterization for diagnosis, so they tell the patient that you can have surgery or you can go on with your disease. So here's a situation where the nurse can provide ease to the patient, explain which are the options that they have, etc. And the patient is also experiencing pain. There is a high risk of renal perfusion of the contrast. Other types of diagnosis are the risk of infection, the risk of urinary incontinence, because for 1 to 3 hours, generally the patient is going to have a risk of urinary incontinence, the risk of falling. Remember that the angiographer beds have no rails. These are all things that we can think, and you can find some protocols which are standardized, but we never should forget about the patient as a unique and individual person. So we need to adapt the standard protocol that we have to the individual needs that the patient has. The vision of the nursing in hemodynamics references the way that we look at the profession in the Cath lab, from here on out, from here to the future. And we're thinking about empowering the nursing in Cath labs, and this is not something that we're taught in our courses, and all of the care that we can and are providing the patient. empowering the profession is important. And when I'm talking about this, we're talking about empowering in the sense of working in the Cath labs, but always providing a humane care. What I recommend is to avoid technifying the nursing care. Even though I need to be trained, I need to provide care, I need to know about the technology, about the equipment, about the procedures and the new techniques that are going to appear, but I never need to forget about the care of the patient, who is the most vulnerable person. That's why I'm talking about not technifying the care. The challenges for the nursing in Latin America is to strengthen the research work. Nurses that are usually are mostly in Europe. It's more common in Europe that the nurses generate scientific work. We need to measure the satisfaction of our patients. We need to participate actively in the team in scientific activities like SOLACI and continuous training. Then I would like to say goodbye with this phrase that from Wolfgang von Goethe, which says that knowing is not enough, we must apply. Willing is not enough, we must do. I will leave this for you, and thank you all for this space, and thank you all for listening.
Hello everyone, I am a specialist in bioimaging and Viet Gayer. In this opportunity I was invited to talk about IVUS, and I specifically work with venous and aortic pathologies. I would like to thank SOLACI-CACI for the invitation, for allowing me to participate in this virtual Congress of 2021. We're going to start now. IVUS in aortic and venous pathologies. In general, we working in the Cath lab associate IVUS with coronary procedures, but I would like to tell you that with the passing of time, this probe emitting ultrasound waves was being developed, and these images are cross-sectional and they show the lumen and the different layers. This is a complementary study to angiology, and it has been more related to coronary pathologies, but with the passing of time and technological advance, we will also find that in peripheral studies, something that is very important. As a technician in radiology, I want to say, and my colleagues know this, is that ultrasound does not emit ionizing radiation. So it is not harmful for the patients nor the technicians. Correct technical specifications of the catheter, peripheral catheters for great vessels, we tend to use this Phillips catheter known as PV035. We have the different specifications. It is 035 because it mentions the wire that we have here to treat the pathologies of great vessels. We have these wires with a better support. The shaft of the catheter is 90 centimeters and it has radiopaque marks. We use it with a 8
French introducer, so that we can have a 60 millimeters field to see these types of catheters. The range that we will have, or the field we will have, is 60 millimeters. Here in this slice you can see the catheter, the radiopaque marks. They stop being rotating, so in this case, as you can see in the upper part, you see a rotating catheter with one detector that needs to rotate 360 degrees to see the image, but the one we have below is a solid catheter with multi-detectors in a wide range in all the 360 degrees. And another difference is that these catheters are plug and play. We can connect them and they start working without the need to rotate them. They are over the wire, so when we have to move them upwards, it is less difficult to do so. Now let's go to the use of IVUS in aortic pathologies. The predominance of the pathologies in the aorta is in the abdominal aorta. I'm going to talk about aneurysms in the abdominal aorta and how the ultrasound helps us to do the treatment. Here we're going to see a video where we're going to see the use of the transducer. We use a 0.35 wire. We move it upwards up to this area where we can see the renal vein. The anatomy is very important. You see the renal vein that runs across and the emergence of the renal arteries. If we pause here, we can see the renal vein, the emergence of the renal arteries, the bifurcation or distal cone where the iliacs divide, and here we have the common iliac. We cannot cover the hypogastric one when we place a stent, for example. As I said before, the catheter has marks with every centimeter, so that simplifies the fact of moving it upwards. And now you will see the maneuver by the technician. The operator uses a pullback and removes, and will be counting the different marks from the introducer. So if from the renal ones to the hypogastric ones I have 10 centimeters, for example, then I will have to use a prosthesis with a covered area of 10 centimeters. So with this, we could avoid injecting contrast in allergic patients, or even the reduction of contrast diet. As I said before, it is very important while doing the IVUS having the knowledge of the anatomy, because they will help us scanning the image. It is important to see where the renal vein is located in the abdominal procedures. In here you will see an image. It also provides a lot of accuracy in the measurements of the lumen and the composition. There is a thrombus here, for example. You can see the lumen, but it's very dark, anechogenic. Where we have the flow, that is the blood, the fluid, that is the blood. Then we see in gray color the thrombi, and in the last layer, that is the shiniest one, we have the tunica adventitia. Then we see in this image, I want to show you in the upper images the emergence
of the renal arteries, and they are also present in the across the renal vein, and below you will see an accessory renal one. Another advantage of IVUS is that it allows us to scan before and after the implant to see if we need to post-dilate. Here we have images of pathology such as ulcers that tend to be very aggressive in the patients if they are not treated, and they allow us to see their morphology. As regards the other pathology we tend to have in the aorta in great numbers is a dissection, the aortothoracic dissection. Now we need to know the anatomy very well, the supraortic vessels as the upper limits, and we have in the base the celiac trunk. Those are the limits or anatomical regions we need to take into account while we do these treatments with stents and when we are using the IVUS. Two important concepts I want to mention before we go to dissections is the true lumen and false lumen and the entry tear. We call true lumen the lumen of the vessel, and the false lumen is that created by the tear of the intima layer of the aorta, and we start seeing a parallel lumen, but it's actually the tear that is creating a sac between the intimal layer. If the sac continues to grow, it puts the patient at risk of dying. So in this case, I'm describing the dissection type B because posterior to the left subclavian artery. And we may use IVUS in these cases, and we can treat them endovascularly as compared to the type A, including the ascending aorta, for example, and they tend to require surgery. In these two lines, you can see in red the true lumen, and in light blue the false lumen. It is important in treatment of these pathologies being sure we are in the true lumen. Here with cursor I'm showing you, this is the catheter, the center, the isocenter of the catheter, and then you can see that all the time, as long as it moves, we're doing a pullback now, it is within the true lumen. So the great advantage we have with IVUS in aortic dissection is to confirm whether we are or not within the true lumen. But because if we were in the false lumen and we opened the prosthesis, we will have a severe complication for the patient. In here you can see this was taken with my cell phone. I'm sorry for the quality, but I wanted to share how the dissection slice is divided in the true lumen and the false lumen. It is very clear. We have the onset of the mesenteric. Of course, we're going from proximal to distal. In here you have the superior mesenteric. In the following image, we will see the implant of the prosthesis. These are the struts of the prosthesis. We're going from distal point of view, and we see how the false lumen starts changing colors. Well, in this case, the IVUS perceives a different density because there is a thrombosis in the false lumen, which is what we want, obstructing the entry tear and to remove the pressure. You can see the pulse here of the true lumen. Here we have some more IVUS images. I can compare them with the CT below. It is very clear the images of IVUS are very precise in dissections. Now we're going to move to use of IVUS in venous pathologies. We have the May-Thurner syndrome. I do not want to go deeper into this, but the syndrome is the compression of the iliac left vein, and in that area we have riding over of the aorta, and the vein is compressed in the origin and in the IVUS. As we can see, a bidimensional image only in the X-ray. With IVUS we can have a 3D dimension to be able to measure the lumen of the vessel. Here we can see a scanning of the IVUS, where we can see the narrow light. It is moved. You can see the compression and how we measure the area, the compression area. So this tells us which measure we need for the stent we need to use for this patient. And here you have a post-implant control. You can see the stent here. They tend to be self-expandable. This gives us an idea of knowing whether we need to pre- or post-dilate. Pre-dilating in these cases is also performed. Then we have another syndrome I worked with, and I was able to use IVUS. In this case, it was a nutcracker syndrome, in which there is a compression of the left renal vein due to the upper mesenteric riding over, and that creates a congestion, the pelvic congestion syndrome. So we would have to treat, we had to treat this problem. I'm sorry for the quality of the image. This was taken with my cell phone, but you can see how the lumen is compressed. It is compressed severely, and here you will see this would be after the implant. Of this self-expandable renal stent. I can tell you for sure, I do not have the previous image before the implant, but if you saw an image of angio, it was not surprised that it was very occluded. And in here you can see the stent, and this vein with the stent with good results. And this was a very weird case that I worked with. IVUS was requested, and you can see a vegetation on this in the superior vena cava of unknown etiology, and doctors wanted to use IVUS to see densities and everything, and we used clamps for biopsy. But we can see that it is a fibrotic density. It was very interesting because we could apply that in the superior vena cava as well. We can also use in stenosis, which are very similar. And now I'm going to move a little bit faster. In IVUS, Philip's team we work with has different options for peripheral catheters, not only 0.35, but 0.18 and 0.14 wires. These solid catheters allow us to study peripheral vessels, such as the one that we have here. We control the expansion of the stent. In this case, I could work with is a fibromuscular dysplasia in the renal artery, where we can see the septum and how the renal artery sometimes has aneurysm and then stenosis, and the diameter is reduced. So we can see like a string of bead appearance. And in this case, you have the angiography. What information do I get from here? Or which balloon I can use to dilate this area that is diseased. To conclude, the advantages of IVUS: significant reduction of the radiation dose, measurements that are more precise, morphology of the vessel, of the pathology, the stenosis degree, a fast and precise determination of the true and false lumen, a post-treatment control after the implantation of the prosthesis, and reduction of the contrast dye in allergic patients. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I will give you here my contact information in the event you would like to contact me, but I'm open to any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank every one of the participants who have had their time who've taken their time to record these great presentations, and who have been waiting live for your questions that you're sending through the platform, and that we're going to answer up next, opening this Q&A section. I'm going to start with the first question, which is for Ariel, in the last presentation about IVUS, and it says, what is the function of the operator technician in the Cath lab for IVUS? Hello, everyone. I'm very proud of being in this Congress. The role as a technician that I usually have in the operation of these devices is basically other than entering the patient in the software and everything, is also to provide active assistance, both on the way that the catheter is operated and providing knowledge and help to the doctor when performing measurements and everything. We will be kind of like the hands of the physician who is moving with the catheter and operating at that moment, and I as a technician would be operating the console to perform measurements and perform a diagnosis, and that's something that is performing a good diagnosis of the patient. And something that I highlight in the talk is that we need to be very solid in our anatomical knowledge as technicians, because even though the image of the pathologist is very clear, we need to be properly located and in the vascular branch, and being able to inform the doctor and providing the doctor with all of the information that we find out and that we see. Mostly that. And now I would like to question further, this your presence as an IVUS technician in the lab, is that mandatory, or does it happen when they go for the first procedures, and after the members of each team acquire experience, they start using them on their own? Okay, what I usually do with the relationship that I try to generate, the responsibility that I provide the people that work with me, and the treatment that I try to do for each of the pathologies, then we end up generating a relationship where the physician usually asks for our support. I don't know if it's mandatory. I think that the catheter operation is easy, it's practical, the software is very friendly, but I believe that the technician provides a plus an extra value to helping the physician in that moment when you need to have the maximum concentration and providing information. And so right now it's an additional value. I don't think that it's mandatory, but I think that it adds a lot. Yes, I agree with you. I have a question for Margarita Garcia from Costa Rica, who spoke about chemoembolization. And we're asking, is it important, the selection of microparticles for the procedure? Yes, the selection of microparticles is very important because this needs to be precise. Let's remember that on the one side, one thing is the dry microspheres, when they are reconstituted because they increase in size, and that the success of the procedure depends in a large measure of that, in the exact measurement of the particles when embolizing. Perfect. Thank you very much, Margarita. I have a question for Enrique Arias of Rosario, with his work with the May-Turner syndrome. And the question is that if we always need to release a stent for the treatment of this pathology, or if it's enough with a removal. Yes, we always should release a stent. In the case of the vein, the plasty is insufficient. And for example, when we move the plaque in an artery, what we do is we're working with the artery, but with the vein it would be dramatic because the vein has been injured previously, and that's the reason of the thrombosis. And so yes, it's the use of a stent. The stenting is mandatory, and with the new venous stents, the dedicated venous stents, the results are extraordinary. I've just read a work that is being presented in Spain with 10 years of follow-up and almost 100% of patency in the stents, which is extraordinary. So we need to place a stent, definitely we need a stent. Now the second further question from me, maybe you answered it a little bit, but what's the difference between the arterial stents and the venous stents? Yes, if you have a venous stent in your hand and you try to compress it, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible, regardless of the strength that you use to try to close it, to get it closer. Which is something that we know that with the other types of stents, any little pressure, it breaks it. So this is radial strength that allows the stent to continue opening with the shearing motion that happens against the column. It will still exist, so it's fundamental that it remains patent. Perfect, very clear, thank you. I have a question for Vanessa Ferreira from Argentina with the nursing talk, and they ask if you could mention again the training times required by the nursing training and based on what have they been established. Yes, the training times are based in the principles provided to us in 1984 by Patricia Benner in some work that she published on from the beginner to expert in nursing, where we consider that a person is a beginner in 0 to 6 months of practice in any lab, catheter lab. In any service, in this case for the hemodynamics lab. Then from 0 to 6 months, they can perform procedures in the room. We're talking about accompanied procedures. This beginner is going to require first experience, but with a limited limited freedom, because they need to ask things, they need the continuous oversight of an expert. Then from 6 months to 1 year, we consider that this person moves to an advanced beginner level. So this person will have the initiative of wanting to do things, for example, setting the table, but they're going to have some materials missing. So this is where we need to have a person that they can consult and to explain what is it that they're missing. Then after 2 years, we would consider them based on the number of procedures that they perform, that they are at a junior competence level. And this means that they are going to be able to know which materials they need to perform an angioplasty, but they will not have the necessary speed or ability if the angioplasty gets complicated, so if they need extra materials. From 3 to 6 years, they are going to have senior competency. For example, if they are at an angioplasty, they know the materials, the angioplasty becomes complicated, and they know which are the materials that they're going to need to solve this complication. This person is going to be skilled and it's going to have the necessary speed for the procedure. But this takes from 3 to 5 years. And then Patricia Werner tells us that from 5 to 10 years, we're going to become experts. Where? What is considered, or what we consider as an expert is the person who is able to teach new colleagues. And what our colleagues in Spain tell us in this document that I brought, they performed work where they documented in a database all of the procedures that they were performing. For example, the stenting made by a junior competent professional. To become senior, they need to do a minimum of 100 coronary catheterizations. This is considered in the number of procedures that they do alone without a mentor's supervision. This is from Patricia Werner, but adapted to hemodynamics procedures. This is why we advise to provide the service with a hemodynamics mentor accompanying the training process of the new arrival. That mentor needs to maintain a database where they would keep a record of the procedures performed alone and accompanied. And the training needs to be based on what we see as mentors, as providing improvement proposals. Everything that we record is to this end, in order to improve our patient's safety and for our colleague to be sure that somebody's going to help him or her if they face any kind of complications or circumstances. But this is based all on Patricia Werner's principles. Very interesting, great, important to reflect, and sometimes we rush. We want them to be trained right now to do everything that we want them to do. So this is very good. I have a question for Margarita Garcia, and they were asking if the procedures that you mentioned use anesthesia, and what is the anesthesia? These procedures are done using sedation, and because we need to remember that catheterization is always painful, and we also need to prepare before and after the procedure with medication. Of course, undoubtedly. One more question. Is there valuable input from the patient to be awake and sedated during the procedure? Yes, sometimes in my experience, the patient it's preferred to have them awake, but as the learning curve We see that we want them a little bit sedated for them to feel more comfortable when the procedure is being performed. Excellent, Margarita. I have questions for Roberto D'Agosto, but unfortunately he had a connectivity issue during this session and he had to leave the session, so I apologize to all of our audience. He's not going to be able to be here with us for this Q&A session. I have a question for Enrique Arias. It says, how do we define the need for treatment in these cases of May-Turner syndrome? Your mic is off. Yes, sorry, I had forgotten. First of all, information. The thing with this pathology, which is so underdiagnosed, is due to just like arteriosclerosis, there is a subclinical development. The patient does not realize, and when they realize, especially with this COVID issue, which has really caused a significant impact in this sense, in which people have not walked enough, and most of us at least, we have first the subclinical stage, and then we have lack of knowledge is even among specialists of this pathology. This is minimized until we get to a pulmonary thromboembolism or a DVT. So what defines this the treatment is a clinical presentation in which I did not want to extend myself this much, but first we place a filter on of the vena cava to avoid pulmonary thromboembolism. So the clinical information defines the acuteness of the condition. Okay, thank you very much. Sometimes when we go for the lung, we always go below the femoral, and we forget about the annex that accompany the vena cava. So thank you very much, Enrique. I have a question for the IVUS talk for Ariel. And what is the difference between the IVUS probes and the venous for the vena cava? One of the most important differences only in the catheter lines that I use is basically the wide range. These Philips IVUS catheters can used for coronary in 0.14, in peripheral in 0.18. There's a catheter for each type of wire, and that's what we have in a single family of catheters with a single piece of equipment. It's a great advantage, and most important advantage is that we can perform physiological studies as well. We can do IVUS and we can move to coronary to do IVUS ilioferral. So the possibilities that we have in this equipment is very, very useful for the standards that we're using worldwide in treatment, whether it is via stenting or angioplasty. Okay, perfect, Ariel. Thank you very much. What I want to ask you is what is the difference between 0.18, 0.14 and other catheters? What does it change? The possibility of tissue penetration or anything else? Yes, the ones that the peripheral work is in the range for 10 MHz frequency, and this catheter family, they're over the line, and penetration, the range of imaging that you get is in that range. And but I'm sorry, you had asked me a question. What is the other difference other than the type of the wire? Okay, in the slides I had mentioned a little bit that they are not rotative, and some of the other catheters that we have is that we have a little card that generates the rotation of the catheter for it to move 360 degrees. And these catheters have the quartz, which is the one that emits and receives and generates the image, which is fragmented as like a fan. So this is why we call these catheters solid, and they don't require that device. Many doctors and many operators are happy because of the easy of how easy it is to not having to connect it to this device, and I just give them the distal end, which is a plug, and they already have an image. They don't need to use any devices, because sometimes the air bubbles in rotational devices are also an issue. So thank you very much, Ariel. I have a few questions, but I don't want to exceed our time. I don't want to run out of time before the closing, so I will go to Patricia Leitzner to give us a little bit of a feedback and to close a little bit this module. Thank you very much, Nico. Before leaving the topic, I want to ask a question to Ariel, because I am impressed with his presentation, with his topic. This is a little bit from the look of nursing. These catheters that are this delicate, that they have the quartz crystal. How do you handle the reutilization, the sterilization? Can that be used? Are they single use? Can you explain a little bit about that to me a little bit, and of course to everyone in the audience? Yes, of course. Based on the country and the economy, these are catheters that have a particular cost, and the authorization of the catheters lead to the services can prepare them to reuse them. This is not the most advisable thing, but I've been to labs where catheters have been used more than once, having a certain care when preparing. They work with ethylene oxide, so that should not be any kind of problem, but technically it's not the most advisable option. Sure, we're talking about our country where we're used to reusing and reusing, so I think that we have improved a little bit with the reuse of materials, but it's important to know about this and the care that we need to have, because evidently these are extremely delicate catheters and we need to treat them as such. Like our colleague said, Vanessa said, the thing about the care that we must take with infection control, and we need to be very attentive to have a successful final result. Only if you allow me, there is a learning curve where you take 5 minutes after a procedure and you explain the people who's going to prepare the materials how to treat it, but everything has a small learning curve. It depends on the dedication that every one of us provides. So I thought that it was very interesting, Vanessa's explanation of how you move on to becoming an expert. Yes, it's a process. Learning is a process. And I wanted to reference this, that when I started working in hemodynamics, I never could have thought to be able to listen to these presentations, to all of these talks that you provided. Everything that can be solved now in the hemodynamics lab, in the Cath lab. When I started working, hemodynamics was only diagnosis, but now we have the therapeutic procedures too. all of these procedures, the materials, what you presented, Ariel, what Margarita presented, everything that we can solve with chemoembolization, the materials, how they moved forward, how they have developed, and that this is a specialty that has no ceiling. This is what hemodynamics has taught me, and this is how I fell in love with hemodynamics, and what caught me as a profession, as a specialty, because you never finish learning. So this is where we need to consider the generosity of each and every one of us, of each person, and the way that each and every one of us is, and to be able to provide our colleagues who are starting and becoming mentors. Mentors, like Vanessa said, it means a lot. We need to be our own mentors and external mentors for the people around us, because this is the end, as in the purpose. The end is the procedure, the success of the procedure for the patient. But that's not the only purpose for the patient. Is not the only purpose, but for us is we have the purpose of learning to know how to transmit, how to teach this procedure. That's the total purpose for both of the ends that we mentioned. I would like to thank greatly everyone, both the participants and the presenters, and I hope that these presentations have been really beneficial to complement the academic learning. I would like to say goodbye to everyone. I would like to give the floor to Nico, and you have been very generous with us. Nico, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Patricia. And to close, I would like to talk a little bit that these procedures are not the everyday that we do. This is not what we're used to do, what we specialize in. We are not experts in this. These are studies that are not as standardized. We have not as much information, so we need to have take some time and effort to be able to provide this quality of care to the patient. So this training helps us be more up to date with everything. And would also like, before we finish, if you allow me, if the organization allows me, I would like to share this with you and to do pay a small homage to Claudio Llaurador, who is a person who has joined us for very long and who died this year. He's a hemodynamics technician. He was one of the founding members of ASETIA, of this chapter of SOLACI as well. Member of the scientific committee in 2010. He was the backup for many of us in the hemodynamics services, and he has helped us a lot in the congresses, and he has supported us. So we remember him very dearly, and we wanted to pay homage to him in the way that we knew him in SOLACI, in Technicians and Nurses chapter. So thanks to his work, we have this space to share experiences. I wanted to thank him, to thank SOLACI, Claudio Rodriguez, the organizers, and all of the presenters, Patricia Leichner, who joined us here, to invite you to be members of this family in ASETIA, an association that has joined us for 25 years and keeps us up to date. And I would like to thank you all for investing your time in this space of learning. So this is what I wanted to share with you, and we'll see you in the next session. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Hello. Let's start the section, the Edwards Life Science section, with a very interesting topic, overcoming challenges of the balloon expandable TAVI cases. It's a pleasure for me to be here to moderate this section. And first of all, I'd like to thank Edward for this nice invitation. And I have as a co-moderator, Dr. Jaime Cabrales from Bogota, Colombia. Dr. Jaime is the director of Interventional Cardio Infant Foundation in Bogota, Colombia. I'm sure that it's going to be a very interesting session because we have very well-known physicians, speakers with a lot of expertise in TAVI procedures. So we are gonna, the meeting, we are gonna have 2 speeches followed by 10 minutes of discussion, and then more 2 speeches followed 10 minutes of discussions, okay? So at this moment, I'd like to invite Dr. Jaime, please, to present the first speech. We're gonna change. We're gonna do a little change in the program of the session, and Dr. Jaime will introduce the first speaker. Please, Dr. Jaime.
Thank you, Dr. Mangioni. Yes, we have a small change in the meeting, and we want to start the meeting with a very interesting conference about aortic valve in small annulus. That's the final grading meeting. There is this, for this session, we have the Dr. Adolfo Ferrero, who is interventional cardiologist, titular professor of interventional cardiology at the University Institute of Science of Córdoba. Please, Adolfo, go ahead.
Okay, we have David Wood now, but let's continue. Hello, everybody. Can you take a look at my page?
Yes,
computer?
It's
yes.
perfect, Adolfo.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say thank you again to SOLACI, to CACI and Edwards for this invitation. It's my pleasure to share this meeting with all of you, especially with Philip, because Dr. Pivarot, because this topic is one of the preference that he has. So my topic today is aortic valve in small annulus. Does the final gradient matter? First of all, that's my conflict of interest. I am an Edwards proctor, but I never put my intellectual integrity in this match. When we talk about gradient, we refer to patient prosthesis mismatch. So we can say that this term is related to a prosthesis that has normal function, but is too small for the body surface area of the patient and for his or her cardiac output. So it results in high gradient, especially up to 20 millimeters of mercury. So you can define this type of problem in moderate or severe or none. And we know, everybody knows that it is in the surgical field related with events. Take a look at here at this page, I put some, but there are a lot of problems related with patient prosthesis mismatch. So early mortality, late mortality, mortality in patients less than 70 years old, less decrease in the left ventricle mass, up to 40% of re-hospitalization for heart failure, and well, less improving in the functional class, a lot of different problems. But are these type of problems present in the TAVR field? Well, let's look inside this trial, which says yes, that there is a problem. I am not sure, but let's analyze together and let's discuss after all. You can see here, this is the TVT registry, which has more than 60,000 patients, up to 37,000 we have very trustable data. So we have like 12% of severe patient prosthesis mismatch and about 25% of moderate. And we take a look at the event in terms of mortality. You can see that moderate or non-PPM is more or less the same and is statistically significant in terms of the comparison with severe prosthesis patient mismatch. So this great number of patients make that this small number is significant. It's okay. And if we take a look at death plus re-hospitalization, we have a more significant statistically the difference in severe and in comparison with moderate or non-prosthesis patient mismatch. But if we took a deep look into the spatial data, we can see that patients with severe prosthesis mismatch are slightly different, and we can for sure think that this difference, especially in chronic lung disease, renal failure, and more cabbage or all this data could be the reason why they have more events. So I think that could be at least due to this type of difference and not the gradient itself. So I will use this title as my subtitle. Is the lower the better? Think beyond the gradient after transcatheter aortic valve replacement for small annulus. And we can see here, I will analyze before go into valve what is happening in native aortic. Take a look at this study in the paradigm of the patient with small annulus, which is Japanese people, and they designed this trial to compare two types of valves, Evolut R and Sapien 3, and they said that the affected orifice area is better in, or is greater in Evolut R, that we have more prosthesis patient mismatch moderate in Sapien 3, and also that the mean gradient is greater with Sapien 3. Let's say that Sapien 3 works not properly for this type of patient. But when we see what's happening in, for example, in this beautiful picture that they show how the increase, how you can see the increase in the valve area, how decrease the gradient in patient with annulus less than 23 and 23 and also in 21, there is an increasement in the area and the gradient, but it is in favor of the Evolut R. So when you analyze the result of this study, you see this different. You have less mortality in Sapien 3 in both groups, especially in the extremely small annulus, which is less than 21. So there are certain differences. You said the valve is better in terms of this type of difference, but when you analyze the event, it seems that it's not the same, even worse. And when you take a look at in this study related to portico, you can see that after a very complex patient selection, they end up with more or less 400 patients, and they compare portico with what they call commercially available valves. And you can see here again this beautiful picture saying that portico and Evolut R has the similar orifice area, less gradient. And if they compare this with Edwards, they said that they have better area and better gradient than Edwards. But when we see the mortality, you can see that the mortality is higher in the other group. So the same again, the valves seems to be better because the gradient and the area, but when you compare the events, something is happening because Edward is working better. I disagree with the interpretation of the conclusion of the trial because there is a difference, but let's say that it is okay. These discrepancies that could be related to the limitation of the Bernoulli theorem, that is what echo is measuring. Probably we know since a lot of years that there is a difference between what echo is measuring and what is catheter measuring. There is a mismatch in favor of catheter. Normally the gradient is less, and they did a comparison with Senshut valves and also with Hancock valves, and there is a difference. Take a look at this graphic. The longer the distance you put the catheter in the aorta in comparison with the plane of the valve, the less the gradient you obtain with Senshut, and exactly the same with Hancock. The long distance you put the catheter from the valve plane, the less the gradient you have. And this is a phenomenon that we ever know very perfectly, called pressure recovery phenomenon. And the echo normally take the measure in this time where the pressure is higher, and the catheter is normally calculating the pressure after the pressure was recovered. So that could be an explanation. But let's take a look what's happening in valve. This is a trial, the first from Danny De Beer, with 459 patients in 55 centers in hospitals. And you can see here that one of the main reasons of mortality, greater mortality, is smaller valves. And why is it smaller valves? We are going to see later on that is related with higher gradient. So the message of this trial is the smaller the valve, the greater the death or the events. The same of this trial of Philippe Pivarot, who is with us today, and we must say thank you because he did a lot for the science. The impact of the pre-existing PPM in the survival following the aortic valve-in-valve procedure. He took almost 90 patients with severe PPM from the vivid registry, which is more or less 8% of the patient. And he said that the mortality of the patient with severe prosthesis-patient mismatch in this field, the valve-in-valve, has more mortality 30 days and also 1 year later. And you can see here in this adjusted to 1 year, the mortality in severe patient prosthesis mismatch is almost 20, 11 in moderate, and the old version of the trial said that the all population has almost 5% of death. So you have like 4 times more severe in the severe PPM population. And let's take a look in this trial, which is a follow of 3 years after the partner 2 registry with 365 patients. And they use Edwards XT, and they said that you have a greater mortality when the gradient is more than 20%. This is directly linked with smaller valves that has internal diameter, which is also smaller. So The logic of this trial is the smaller the valve, the smaller the internal diameter, the greater the residual gradient, and also the greater the mortality you have. So what we can do to avoid this type of problem? Well, we can do two things: a higher implant and also a valve fracture. Let's take a look in this model. And we try to explain what happened if you implant the valve in different levels. They create a simulator, a physiological simulator. They use the Perryman Edwards valve, 23 millimeters, and they compare these three valves. Take a look at this beautiful model. They were able to prove the valve theorem and also to measure the pressure. Beautiful. They use, as we said, these three valves and different height of implant: 3 millimeters below the valve, 6, 3 at the plane, 3 up, and 6 up to the plane. And take a look at what is happening with the mean gradient. In the corbal field, normally you get the more advantageous situation when it is normal, let's say at the level of the valve, but not with Edward. In Edward, the higher the implant, the less the gradient. The higher the implant, the less the regurgitation fraction. The higher the implant, the higher the effective orifice area, and also the higher the implant, the less the pinwheeling index. So the higher the valve, the better it is. And let's take, this is the last trial I will show you. Let's take a look at what's happening when we fracture a valve and what we get. So they prove these two valves, Edwards and Accurate, in a mitral flow, 19 and 21. They put the valve and then they fractured. They took pictures and measurements, and take a look at how you can see that they gain space. And also it happened with the Accurate valve. And take a look at this area. They increased the area. They started with this number. Let's say the waist is this number. They increased 10%. Yes, more or less 30 millimeters is more or less 20%. And also here, 20%. And the same in mitral flow. So they put the valve and they break the valve with 20, with a 20 through flow and a 22 through flow, sorry, no, through balloon, 20 through balloon and 22 through balloon, and they increased the area. And when we took a look in the hydrodynamic function, you started with some gradient and you decrease the gradient. The greater the balloon you use, the less the gradient you gain. So here, the same. You started with some gradient, and with the balloon, you get less gradient. So in my conclusion, aortic valve involved in a small annulus, does the final gradient matter? Well, yes, especially if you get a gradient up to 20 millimeters of mercury, and it is associated with greater number of events, of course. The smaller the prosthesis, the gradient, the residual gradient you gain, the greater the number of events you get, or the patient gets, sorry. And the fracture of the surgical valve and a higher implant could be a solution of the problem, especially when the valve fracturing is possible. Thank you, everybody, for paying attention to me, and I am open to all the questions that you could have.
Okay, Dr. Adolfo, thank you for your speech, a very didactic speech, and we are gonna do a discussion. after the next presentation. So I'd like to invite now Dr. Philippe Pivarot. Dr. Philippe Pivarot is a professor at the Department of Medicine of Laval University in Canada. He is also a physician of Canadian research in valvular heart disease at Quebec Heart and Lung Institute. Dr. Pivarot is going to talk about small annulus and the risk of mismatch. Dr. Pivarot has 10 minutes for his presentation. Please, Dr. Pivarot, feel free to make your speech. And thanks for being with us.
Okay, I hope that you see well my slides.
Yes, we can perfectly see your screen.
Excellent. Thank you very much for having me today, and it's a great pleasure to share the podium with all these friends. So I do have some disclosure to mention. We are the co-lab for several large studies in the field of TAVI. So first, we need to define what is prosthesis-patient mismatch. So Adolfo very well explained what it is. It's a prosthesis that is functioning normally, such as this one. The leaflets are thin and well moving. There is no dysfunction, no stenosis, but still there is a high residual gradient because the prosthetic valve airway, effective orifice area, is too small for the patient body size. And so the definition of prosthesis patient mismatch in the recent VOC3 document is defined as a moderate when the index effective orifice area is lower than 0.85 and severe when it is less than 0.65. However, in obese people with BMI more than 30, the VOC3 recommends to use lower cut point of index airway, so 0.70 for moderate and 0.55 for severe. And the consequence of mismatch, one of the consequences, the hemodynamic consequence, is the persistence of high residual gradient, which is defined in VOC3 as a mean gradient more than 20. So now we need to define what is the small annulus, because we talk about small aortic annulus. Well, I'm showing here the most frequently used definition. Generally, it's a aortic annulus diameter equal or less than 21 millimeter by echo, or less than 23 millimeter by CT, because CT and echo, we know that echo measures smaller diameter compared to CT. Or if you want to express this in perimeter, this is generally an aortic annulus perimeter less than 70 or 75, let's say 72. This is one of the most frequently used definitions, or aortic annulus area less than 400. So if we look at the predictors of mismatch, well, you have some patient-related factors: older age, female sex, diabetes, renal failure, hypertension as well, that I did not mention here. Very important, and of course, it is expected, larger body size, larger body surface area. And you also have small aortic annulus. Indeed, it comes out in several surgical studies, especially surgical SAVR studies, maybe a bit less in TAVR series, and also small prosthetic valve size. So I would say, well, small prosthetic valve size or female sex indirectly are marker for small aortic annulus. So this is an important risk factor. And then there are maybe more procedural or prosthesis-related factors. SAVR versus TAVR, indeed, there are several studies suggesting that there's more mismatch, severe mismatch with SAVR than with TAVR. Within SAVR, you tend to have more mismatch with bioprosthesis versus mechanical valves. And well, in the TAVR field, generally there is much more severe mismatch with the valve-in-valve versus native or de novo TAVR. And as Adolfo mentioned, there's also studies suggesting that you have more mismatch with the ballon expandable versus the self-expanding valve in TAVR. So having said that, I think it is important to keep in mind, and Adolfo touched to that before, and it's very important, that mismatch as assessed by the index airway measured by echo may be overestimated. Why? Because there are several factors. You may underestimate the LVOT diameter and thus the effective orifice area by echo. LVOT diameter is really a challenging measure to do. And the other phenomenon that has been mentioned by Adolfo is a possible overestimation of gradient and therefore underestimation of the airway because of pressure recovery. because I think one of the take-home message today is that echo and catheter do not measure the same thing. They do not measure the gradient and AOA at the same level in the circulatory system. So a Doppler echo will measure gradients and AOA where they are the worst, so at the level of the vena contracta, well, catheter is measuring a few centimeters downstream in the aorta. So it takes into account the pressure recovery that occurs downstream of the vena contracta. So that's why the gradients are systematically lower with catheter versus echo. Also obesity, as previously mentioned, because if we use the index AOA in obese people, we may over-index the AOA and therefore overestimate the mismatch. And that's why the VAC3 recommended to use lower cut point of index AOA in this patient. And also, the last but not the least is low flow state, because following TAVI, up to 35–40% of patients post-TAVI, they are in low flow state. And so you may have a pseudo-severe mismatch, just the same as we have in the low EF, low flow, low gradient AS, native AS, where we may have a pseudo-severe stenosis. Same here. So true severe PPM may be overestimated because of this phenomenon. And well, this is here a study from Amr Abbas that is submitted showing actually that you see this difference, the systematic difference between echo in red box versus catheterization, where the gradients by echo are systematically larger than those by cath. And this is even more, I should say, pronounced and important in the smaller valve, in the smaller annulus. You see, especially the ballon expandable valve. This is maybe where we have the most important discordance between cath and echo with regard to the measurement of gradients, where by echo in the small ballon expandable valve, you have relatively high gradients, whereas by catheterization, you have almost zero. So I think this is important to keep in mind, and this is in large part due to the, again, the pressure recovery phenomenon. So to kind of overcome this limitation, investigators have used different methods to measure PPM in the literature. The one that is often used is, as we discussed until now, the AOA measured by echo in the patient. So this is the AOA using the continuity equation. We index for body size, and then we have the indexed AOA, and then we can classify the mismatch. But there is also another method that is the predicted indexed AOA. So here, no measure, we do not measure the AOA directly. We use the normal reference value of AOA for the model and size of prosthesis and divide by BSA. So for example, in this case, we have a Sapien 3 size 23. The normal reference value according to the collabs is 1.45. So we divide by the BSA and we got a predicted indexed AOA that is 0.72. And you see that in this patient, the use of the predicted indexed AOA would reclassify the patient from severe to moderate mismatch. And the predicted index AOA, I think one of the advantages is that it is less prone to overestimate the mismatch because of pressure recovery, because of measurement errors, because of hemodynamics, because it is independent of all this. So this is a summary of the studies, and Adolfo already showed several of them. So the first I want to show here, there are large studies in SAVR, one meta-analysis that we published in 2012. And another one is the STS registry, huge number of patients. And actually, in the meta-analysis and the STS registry, actually, in most SAVR studies to date, the method that we used to define mismatch was the predicted indexed AOA. So maybe a more stringent definition of mismatch. And with this definition, you got about 10% severe mismatch with association with increased mortality and rehospitalization. In the SAVR, in the following studies here, these are the randomized trials that compared SAVR versus TAVR. So you have the partner 1, you have the core valve high race, you have the partner 2A, you have the partner 3. all these studies use the measured index theory. So again, keep in mind that the mismatch may be overestimated. And that's why you see that the incidence of severe mismatch was pretty high, especially in the SAVR arm. But even in the TAVR arm, in some of the studies, you may be surprised that, well, we have such a high prevalence of severe mismatch, such as partner 1, we have 20% in TAVR, 28% in SAVR arm. This is again because we use the measured index theory, and you have a lot of patients with low flow state, so we may have a lot of patients with pseudo-severe PPM. Having said that, these trials generally show that you have much less severe mismatch with TAVR than with SAVR, and this is randomized. Except in partner 3, where actually the incidence of mismatch was low with no difference in both arms. Now, with regard to the association with outcome, well, there are some inconsistency depending on the trial, but what we generally saw is that there was a significant association between severe mismatch and outcomes, clinical outcomes, in the SAVR arm, especially in partner 1 and partner 2A, but not in the TAVR arm. Maybe because there is less mismatch, maybe because it is less severe, maybe because it is more overestimated. And finally, in these 3 last studies, these are registries, okay? And this is the TVT registry that Adolfo showed from Howard Ehrman. And there is also a more recent study by Tang and colleagues, but was focused on the self-expanding. And what we see here is that all these studies use the measured index theory, and there is 12% in the TVT by Howard Ehrman, 5.2% severe mismatch. In the initial study by Howard Ehrman, there was a significant association with outcomes, although the hazard ratio was modest. In that by Tang, more recently, there was much less severe mismatch with no association with outcomes. And then there is one that is focused on a small annulus that I will describe later. This is the recent study that we published, and this is the partner 2A trial NS3I, so I means for intermediate registry. And in this study, we use both definition methods, so the measured and the predicted index theory. And the summary is that the incidence of severe mismatch, again, is markedly lower when you use the predicted index theory versus the measured. And this is in both arms, SAVR and TAVR. And regardless of the method used, the incidence of severe mismatch was always much lower in TAVR versus SAVR. Now, with regard to the impact on outcomes, well, in SAVR, yes, severe mismatch by the predicted index theory method, which we believe is the most accurate, is rare, but is nonetheless independently associated with worse outcomes. So when it occurs, it doesn't impact an outcome. When it's true severe PPM, it doesn't impact an outcome. In TAVR, actually, severe PPM by the predicted index theory was virtually absent, was close to 0, and so, of course, no impact on outcomes. And this is why, you know, in a recent editorial, I put these slides together and say, well, with the improvement in the valve hemodynamics, with the hemodynamic performance in the surgical bioprosthetic valve, and with the introduction of TAVR that has much less PPM, well, my hope, and I think it's becoming a reality, is that mismatch will become obsolete soon, and we'll not have to discuss this topic. But we are not, I think, yet there. There is still the issue of this patient with small annulus, and this is the study that we did in partner 1A with my good friend and colleague Josette Rodez-Cabao. And you see, when we compared TAVR versus SAVR according to the tertile of annulus size, you see that in all groups, large annulus, medium annulus, small annulus, there is always less mismatch with TAVR than with SAVR, but the difference is much more important in the small annulus. This is really where there is a big difference. Why? Because with smaller annulus, you see an exponential increase in the incidence of severe mismatch in SAVR, but not necessarily to the same extent in TAVR. And so, not surprisingly, when we look at the impact on outcomes, well, there was at least a strong trend for higher mortality with SAVR versus TAVR in the small annulus tertile, whereas in the medium annulus tertile, it was neutral, and in the large annulus, maybe the opposite,
and this was believed to be due to the fact that in counterpart to a mismatch, there was a higher paravalvular leak, of course, in TAVI versus SAVR, especially in the large annulus tertile. So this is a summarize here saying, well, with mismatch, clearly in the SAVR series, as soon as you get into the small annulus, you see a very exponential increase in the risk of mismatch and true severe mismatch. Whereas with TAVR, TAVR is more forgiven in terms, it performed surprisingly, that was not my expectation initially, but it performed very well hemodynamically speaking in terms of gradient and zeroways, even in the small annulus. On the other hand, I think we have to keep in mind, and you know, Adolfo discussed maybe the disagreement that we have, between different type of valves, self-expanding versus ballon expandable in terms of mismatch gradients, but on the other end, maybe better outcomes with ballon expandable. Well, I think we have to keep in mind that one important component of the equation is the paravalvular leak. You may have less mismatch, less higher residual gradient, but if you have more paravalvular leak, this will have probably a more important impact on outcomes. So the TAVI small registry. So in this registry, they only use self-expandable, but there was two types, the intraannular and supraannular design. And these were in a patient with a small annuli. And interestingly, here you have 9.4% severe mismatch. The predictors of severe mismatch were essentially the intraannular design versus supraannular. So intraannular had more mismatch, which makes sense. And post-dilation was associated with less mismatch. This has been reported by several studies. And when mismatch occurred in this study was independently associated with a higher risk of mortality. The epitome of the small annulus, I would say, is of course the valve-in-valve in a failed surgical valve. And Adolfo already mentioned the study that we looked in the VIVID registry, where actually we found that patients who had a pre-existing severe mismatch of the failed surgical bioprosthetic valve were at higher mortality. Because here there is not much you can do. You are in a very, let's say, hostile anatomic environment. You have a very small annulus to start with, and you do a valve-in-valve, you can only worsen the situation, the hemodynamic situation, and therefore the clinical situation. Now, and this is one of my last slides, but it is very important to keep in mind that we have to look, I think, more into the future. Of course, we are always very interested by the short-term impact of hemodynamics, of mismatch on 1 year, 2 year mortality, but let's have a window of more 10 years. And in this regard, we have to pay attention that small aortic annulus will be associated with higher stress, more pinwheeling, especially with following TAVR. And that leaflet mechanical stress is the main determinant of structural valve deterioration by prosthetic valve. This has been very well shown in SAVR series. Furthermore, smaller aortic annulus, as we showed, is associated with higher risk of severe mismatch. And in turn, several studies have shown that severe mismatch, high residual gradient, are associated with increased risk of SVD following SAVR. So it's a double trouble here. And this is an in vitro study that we did some years ago, where actually you see that with a smaller aortic annulus, and when you do a TAVR, and especially if there is more oversizing, you will have more bending stress. You see this picture of the free margin of the leaflet during systole, and during diastole, well, at the end of the systole, you will see this pinwheeling that we have. This means more mechanical stress. And when this mechanical stress that we see here very obviously in vitro is repeated billion of times in vivo, this is a no-brainer. This will translate probably in shorter durability. So my point is that when you have a small annulus, you have generally more mismatch, more severe mismatch. You also have often generally more oversizing, therefore more under deployment of the valve. This all means more mechanical stress and potentially less durability. So in conclusion, a small aortic annulus is associated with high risk of severe mismatch and therefore high residual gradient, but also keep in mind, this means more mechanical stress on the leaflets most likely, and also higher flow turbulence. That's all risk factors for long-term durability. Severe mismatch is less frequent following TAVR versus SAVR. When you compare, similar generation, this is quite obvious from several randomized trials. And this is particularly true when you get into the small annulus, the more hostile anatomy. And small annulus and severe mismatch or maybe may negatively impact valve durability following AVR. So there are some ongoing RCTs, randomized trials, to compare TAVR versus SAVR. In the small annulus, there is a VIVA trial. Joseph Rodez-Cabao is the PI for this trial, and this is ongoing, and the recruitment is doing well. And there is also another one that is like a, let's say, I would say a partner 3 trial, but in women only. Women mean, of course, smaller aortic annulus. And this is the RHEA trial that is conducted in Europe and also progressing well in terms of recruitment. So we'll see what will be the results of this trial. And I thank you very much for your attention. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Dr. Pivarot,
for
this amazing presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a short time for a small discussion. I want to ask to Adolfo. Adolfo, what you present 2 strategies: is the higher implant and the post-dilatation. What about the overfilling of the balloon in this case of valve in valve? What do you think? Is a valid strategy?
Well, that could be if you break the valve before. So if you have the surgical valve fracture, then an overfilling the valve, the new valve, main balloon expandable valve, you can get more room inside the surgical valve. Philip said, and I also tried to mention, the post-dilatation in this scenario can make the difference. So if you end up with higher gradient and you do a post-dilatation, you for sure no, but probably you are going to end up with less gradient. So my normal strategy is to break the valve and then to put the new valve, balloon expandable, let's say, overfilling always to try to get the more room I could.
Yeah, no, I think a stent fracture could have pros and cons, because if we fracture the stent, we may have, as Adolfo mentioned, we may have a more completely deployed valve, and therefore better hemodynamics, less mechanical stress. But on the other end, if you do a stent fracture post TAVI implant, you may potentially damage the leaflets. There are some interesting data from the group of David in sample showing that it may cause lesion to the leaflets, when you do this post. If you can do it pre, but it has some issues as well, because you may cause severe AR and you may have to react very rapidly. But so there are pros and cons. So we don't know yet what would be the consequence of a stent fracture on durability. If it is performed pre, there is good chances that it may improve durability. If it is performed post, I'm not sure, what would be the risk versus benefit ratio in terms of durability. The other thing we have to pay attention when we do a post-dilation or stent fracturing is not to, let's say, over-dilate the valve, because, I mentioned undersizing, and so oversizing and therefore under deployment may cause some pinwheeling and mechanical stress. But if you have overexpansion, this will cause also increased mechanical stress. It's a different type of stress. It's not bending stress, it's more tethering stress, but it's not good either, right? And this has been shown also in vitro by the group in sample Vancouver too.
But Dr. Pivarot, in your practice, in your experience in small surgical valves, do you perform the crack of the valve? Is your preference to perform the crack before or after the implantation? And you decide to perform the crack after the implantation of the TAVR based on the gradient, echo gradient, or the transcatheter gradient?
Well, this is a very good point. I think our practice has evolved. I would say we were more aggressive with stent fracturing in the early days. We are less and less now. Why? Because we systematically, interventional cardiologists will systematically corroborate the echo gradient with an invasive measurement. And I think David will talk about this. I think it's extremely important because sometimes you have quite high gradient by echo, especially in the valve-in-valve within surgical valve, but then you look with catheter and there is not much gradient, and then you should probably not crack the valve, because any additional procedure you do, of course, there is some benefit, but there is a price to pay. And so I think we should use this additional procedure wisely. And when we do it, I should say, well, for now, our interventional cardiologists, they tend to do it, try to do it in some selected cases, but for practical reason, when they decide to do it, but again, it's less and less frequent, they do it more after, indeed.
Dr. Enrique and Dr. David would like to make some comments about this subject.
I'm going to agree with my wise colleague, Philippe. I'm on holiday, but when you guys invited me to join, how could I say no? So my next talk, 10 minutes, will basically be on this entire topic. So there you go.
Okay, okay.
Could I make a question to Philippe? Dr. Pivaro, you mentioned the paper from Rebecca and your paper, where you predict the valve area and you compare this with the measure. But when you set this predict measure, you use the same formula to calculate the valve area. I am right or not?
Yes, you're absolutely right. So I think what it does is that so first, the predicted index airway we proposed this method with my colleague and friend Jean Duménil like close to 30 years ago. And then it has been used extensively in the surgical literature using the same principle. You know, of course, you need to have a reliable source for your normal reference airways. That's the key. And that's why we published this paper with Becky to provide some normal reference value. But you're right. I mean, to some extent, these normal reference values are derived from echo, where we use the continuity equation. The good thing, however, is that this will all collab adjudicated, so really pay attention to try to avoid the different measurement pitfalls. I do not mean that we have none, and we are still subject to low flow state, etc. The other thing is what it does is that you take the average of the normal reference value. So it avoids, you know, the variability and the cases where you have a pseudo-severization of the airway because of a low flow state, because then instead of using the measured index airway, you're going to use the predicted. That provides you, I think, a better idea and more accurate estimate of what you would get, because typically you will see the airway that you measured in the patient will be smaller than the predicted one, because often the patient is in low flow state. I think the predicted index airway provides you an estimate of what you would get if you would do a dobutamine stress echo to the patient in order to normalize the flow and see what is the real airway that the prosthesis can really gives you, you know. So that's, I think the predicted airway is more like an hemodynamic fingerprint of the valve.
Dr. Pibaro, you talk about the severe mismatch can impact in the durability of the valve, the prosthesis. And what about the thrombosis? Have you seen more cases of thrombosis and you have severe mismatch of the valve, or there is no relation between mismatch and the thrombosis in your experience, or is it difficult to say something about this stuff?
Well, I think we don't have yet enough data in sufficient number of patients because, you know, for subclinical thrombosis or thrombosis, you know, fortunately the numbers are relatively, clinical thrombosis, they are small. And subclinical thrombosis, we don't have much data. We have those from the CT sub-study in the partner 3 and Evolute low risk, which unfortunately is, well, unfortunately or fortunately, a series of patients where we don't have much severe mismatch. But yes, indeed, I think there are some indirect evidence that you have association between severe mismatch, high residual gradients, abnormal flow patterns and thrombosis. And also, I would like to say that if you have thrombosis, there are some evidence now, growing evidence, that this may predispose to faster degeneration of the valve. So there is, I think, a continuum, you know, like if you have suboptimal hemodynamics, mechanical stress, flow pattern, this may predispose to thrombosis, and then eventually thrombosis, subclinical or clinical, even if successfully treated, may cause inflammation at the level of the valve, and this may predispose to faster degeneration. We've seen several patients having subclinical thrombosis or clinical thrombosis that were treated with warfarin or successfully, and then develop earlier, very early calcific degeneration than after. So I'm sure there is a continuum, there is a link between all these factors. You know, they cannot be independent. They are interrelated, I think.
Thank you. Thank you. We have to continue with the next speaker. The next speaker is the Dr. David Wood, probably some speaker about TAVI in young patients, coronary access, and valve durability. The Dr. Wood is a professor of medicine of the Division of Cardiology in University of British Columbia, director of the Center of Cardiovascular Innovation, head of the Division of the Cardiology in Vancouver. Is a really important person. Please, Dr. Wood.
Hello, my friends. Look at this wonderful group. I love it. You can see my slides, okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to give a really practical 10-minute talk, and then we'll go from there. Then I might have to have some wine. I'd much rather be down there with you, and hopefully soon again. Coronary access and valve durability. And I'm presenting this on behalf of John Webb, Janar Sadhanathan, all of the complete TAVR and discordance TAVR investigators. So for those that just were involved in, well, ACC and then TVT, there's some amazing techniques with tall and short frame valves, amazing innovation with regard to paravalvular leak, getting the pacemaker rate down into the single digits for many platforms now. But really, to me, the only word that resonates in 2021 is repeatability. So you put your valve in whatever platform, can you repeat it? Especially as we move into younger and younger patients, or more importantly, patients with longer longevity. And so really that's what this talk is about. You do a valve in a 70-year-old or a 75-year-old. What is the coronary access? And do you have a strategy for redo TAVR or revalving? There's all sorts of different buzzwords around the world right now. But this word, if nothing else comes out of the next 10 minutes, it's all about repeatability. So first we'll talk about coronary access, then we'll talk about durability. And as Philippe knows, obviously the passion now is understanding the hemodynamics, the invasive versus the echo-derived, and how we should be treating our patients. It all comes back to the patient. You have a patient, can you access their coronaries after you put in the THV platform? You have a patient, they're going to need another TAVR at some point. I know there's lots of discussion about, do some valves last longer than others? We're participating in the SMART trial, looking at hemodynamics, echo-derived, because it's John and I want to help solve that issue. But really, those are the two big questions. Coronary access, and if you have to do a redo TAVR procedure, what platform are you going to use? And when are you going to decide to do that repeat procedure? So these are some slides from ACC. I think there's only 5 or 6. It depends where you are in the world. And again, I know many of you speak and proctor all over the world as well. It's already the dominant therapy, but the question is where that lands. Is it going to be 80% of all patients? Is it going to be 75%, 85%? We know coronary disease is common depending on the risk profile, anywhere from 17 to 80% actually, and up to 1 in 10 are going to require TAVI in the first couple of years after the platform goes in. And we expect this to increase as we do studies in lower risk patients and as we start implanting in patients with more longevity in their early 70s. And we heard about some very exciting low risk studies in very young patients coming out of Lars's group, which I think will inform practice significantly. The coronary artery disease prevalence is based on risk. On average, about half the time, this was a wonderful review by Josep and his group, are going to have coronary disease, never been core lab adjudicated, which I know Philippe and myself and others are huge fans of, and no look at the residual or the mean syntax score. We know in the trials about 1 in 10 with concomitant revascularization, but very low when you look at the low risk Evolute trials as well as the partner trials. The benefits from revascularization are unknown. So whether you decide to revascularize these patients before, during, or after TAVR, we clearly don't have a signal. We think there might be benefit, but we don't know. There's equipoise. We have the activation trial, which unfortunately took a long time to recruit in very small numbers. So, and again, included patients with prior surgical revascularization that kind of made it a little more difficult to interpret. We have a nice paper from this year telling us that the door to balloon time with a 4-fold higher PCI failure rate when you have patients with prior THV platform. So, and then Marco Brabanti, one of our former fellows, published this paper. This was talked extensively at TVT. As you know, I think, goodness, half the cases involve coronary access and strategies and all of that at TVT. So we know that coronary access is going to be significant after TAVI. And I think all of us doing procedures frequently have had cases where both short and tall frame platforms have come back, and it was very challenging to access the coronaries. And Janar Sadanathan, one of my new hires, is doing a wonderful study looking at CAN access, systematically accessing these platforms with core lab adjudication, CT pre and post. That will give us some very nice information. But I think the big question is when you're putting in that first THV platform, looking at the CT carefully, doing a careful angiogram after you've put the THV platform in, is there going to be an issue with access? And we know we've all sorts of tips and tricks for commissural alignment. We have some next generation valves that will publicly be available in the next couple of years looking at these strategies, but this is a huge issue. And I'll get back to it, but we'll circle back to in about 3 minutes to complete TAVR, because we think it's going to access the question about whether you should or should not treat the coronaries after you put the THV platform in, but also about coronary access specifically in a short frame valve, which I think will give a lot of us a nice warm feeling in 2026 when we can show hopefully that most of the time in the 2,000 patients randomized to stage stenting, coronary access is not a huge issue, or if it is, that there's tips and tricks to mitigate it. Now durability, and this has become a passion for John and I since, I guess, early last year, Philippe, when we connected with Amr and yourself and realized that this data is not new. Philippe and others in Amr have been working on this for many, many years, but it became very real to John and I when we saw people treating or not treating valves based on echo-derived gradients. And they'd see a gradient of 32 and they bring the patient back for a redilatation in late follow-up or do a redo TAVR. And it just didn't make sense when it seemed like these valves otherwise were working appropriately. So 2 cases that highlight the lack of association between indirect invasive gradients and echo-derived gradients. And there is no mathematical formula to correct for this. These are 2 extreme cases, and I'll chat about a study called Discordance TAVR that we're enrolling in. But here, case from Vancouver, 83, 20 millimeter Sapien 3, moderate COPD, so other reasons for having some mild shortness of breath after we did the THV. At 1 month, 19 millimeters of mercury on echo. At 1 year, 47 millimeters of mercury. And I'll be honest, at this point, John and I had got to a place where we were not doing on-table echoes, simultaneous on-table transthoracic echoes on most patients. And we were not doing meticulous invasive gradients on most patients. So when this patient was referred back a year later with a gradient of 47, luckily we'd had discussions with Amr and Philippe, and we did an invasive gradient using meticulous technique, 2 pigtails, down deep in the LV, no ectopy, 3 measurements, getting the mean, sending the data in to our core lab now. We have a hemodynamic core lab that can interpret data from all 126 complete TAVR sites. The invasive gradient's 21. And the key point here is we'd already done a CT scan to show there was no valve thrombosis or any mischief with the leaflet. Another patient here you can see, 89, TAVR in 2014. So a long time ago, 23 millimeter XT, again, a CT showing no halt or valve thrombosis. Gradient looked fine 4 years later, but now you can see the gradient's 42. And this time we bring the patient back and the invasive gradient was 41. So we ended up doing a valve in valve. But again, as you recall from the first case, both of them had gradients in the 40s. One, the invasive gradient was right at the cusp of what you might consider abnormal, and we're just going to continue to follow, realizing there's a discordance between the echo gradient and the invasive gradient. And this one, we felt it was appropriate to do treatment. And again, the treatment, we could talk about this, and we had a nice talk from Adolfo about late cracking or fracture. We often fracture post if we're going to do it. But I must say, since we started doing more meticulous on-table echoes with invasive gradients, our fracture rate has decreased. What is discordance? I think this has been highlighted by many. AMR is now a close collaborator, but we know that there can be a significant difference between your echo-derived gradient and your invasive gradient. I'll go through all of these, but before you put a valve in on this side, there is a beautiful concordance between echo and invasive gradients. I think for all the implanters on this wonderful conference, there is no disconnect there. There's no need to do meticulous invasive hemodynamics if you've got an echo showing that the mean gradient is 45 and the valve area is 0.7. I think we know that that is severe aortic stenosis. But once you put a valve in, and this is not new, whether it's a transcatheter valve or a surgical valve, it is very hard to predict the relationship between invasive gradient and echo derived. And AMR has 2 papers accepted to circ intervention that will be coming out, I think, shortly, I believe. So this is the algorithm we came up with last year. You have a patient with a short frame, a tall frame valve, it doesn't matter. You've got a mean gradient greater than 20 on echo, or they meet VARC3 criteria, and Philippe just highlighted that for stage 2 hemodynamic valve deterioration. We get a CT scan on all of them, and I can tell you after chatting with many people all around the world, that seems to be now the accepted next step. You've got an echo gradient that's elevated, you do a CT. If there's valve thrombosis, you're going to put them on anticoagulation. And to your point, I think they might be on a different trajectory and there might be worsening durability. We'll have to see what comes out in the wash. But if not, we bring them back for invasive hemodynamics with an on-table echo. If the 2 line up, like in that second case, we might do a valve in valve or a late redilatation. But if they don't, and this is crucial, we think that those patients do not require any further intervention. And unfortunately, we've seen re-intervention in patients that perhaps did not need it. And I think that's why this became so clinically important for our group in Vancouver. This has now been reviewed. We're just doing the response to reviewers and circ intervention. 13 of our pilot study last year all had a mean gradient greater than 20, or 5 met VARC3 criteria for moderate valve dysfunction. When we brought them back for invasive hemodynamics and an on-table echo, 9 had a mean invasive gradient less than 20, 4 stayed the same. But here's the important part. If you use the invasive gradient versus the echo derived, as well as the other parameters that Philippe highlighted, if you substitute in the invasive gradient, you end up with normal valve function. So 2 prospective studies in my last minute here. Complete TAVR, 4,000 patients, discordance TAVR, 50 patients. Complete TAVR, we won't have the data until 2026, but it will be very compelling both for coronary, whether we should revascularize those arteries, as well as whether coronary access is an issue with a short frame valve. You can see that from the logo. And discordance TAVR, 11 sites, 50 patients. We're trying to get all of this data done so that we can submit it as a late breaker for a London valve in November. And hopefully we'll meet that threshold. September 7th is the cutoff. And we have 22 cases so far at the 11 sites. So complete TAVR started out looking at complete revascularization, but it's now complete hemodynamic assessment, because to me, this is the crucial questions for repeatability. I won't go through this in detail. This is available all over the place and on clinicaltrials.gov, but 4,000 patients, they have successful transfemoral TAVR with a balloon expandable valve. All of them have at least a 70% visual angiographic stenosis. We use the same criteria that Shamir Mehta and I did for the complete study in a 2.5 millimeter vessel, no FFR, IFR, anything like that. 2,000 medical therapy, 2,000 come back for staged PCI within 45 days, everything core lab adjudicated, CT, echo, hemodynamic, and angiographic. So we can clearly see if there's any issue with a short frame valve with repeat recanalization. And then here's the key part. All 4,000 have standardized invasive hemodynamics with an on-table echo at the beginning. And if at any time during the median 3.5-year follow-up, maximum 5-year, they have elevated gradients or meet moderate VARC3 hemodynamic valve deterioration, they come back for a repeat assessment. So we're going to be able to tie this to hard clinical outcomes: death, MI, ischemia-driven revasc, rehospitalization. So yes, we're aiming for all 4,000 to be enrolled by April of 2024, with the presentation and publication in the fall of 2026. And we already have 22 different sub-studies within this piece, and there'll be a coronary primary endpoint as well as a hemodynamic primary endpoint in 126 sites in the US and Canada. And then discordance TAVR, I don't have the map, but there's 11 sites. We've enrolled, I believe it's 22 or 26 of the 50. We're trying to get it fully enrolled. And this is any patient who's had TAVR in the last 10 years with an echo gradient over 20 or meets VARC3 criteria for hemodynamic valve deterioration, coming back after a CT to exclude valve thrombosis and halt for hemodynamics on-table echo. And I think this will be incredibly provocative on top of the pilot study that hopefully will come out in circ intervention in the next couple of months. So finally, I'll leave you just with that one word. Whatever we're doing in 2021, whatever platform you use, I think all of us, it behooves us to think about repeatability, because we really need to think about how are we going to access the coronaries? How are we going to revalve or redo TAVR on that patient? There's obviously new technology coming, looking at leaflets and other things to make this hopefully easier for implanting physicians. But really, this to me should now be the focus in the aortic space, never mind mitral, tricuspid, and all the other fun things we do for our group. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dave, for your speech, an excellent speech. And we have in the final of the sessions some minutes to discuss some details of this excellent, this very interesting topic. Now we're going to have the final presentation. So I'd like to invite Dr. Henrique Ribeiro, my colleague here in Brazil. Dr. Henrique is an interventional cardiologist. He works in the INCOR, Samaritan Hospital, Syro-Libanese, and Germany Hospital here in São Paulo. And he made his fellowship and doctorate at the University of Laval in Quebec. Dr. Henrique is going to talk about highly calcified bicuspid aortic stenosis, planning and results. Please, Dr. Henrique, feel free to make your speech.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mangione. Thank you for Edwards Life Science for being able to, have such a prestigious colleagues, Dr. Philippe Barrault, apart from a great friend, has been a great mentor for me, together with Joseph and David. Also, we have made a lot of contributions together. So for me, it's a great honor to be with such good friends. And we are really behind the schedule, so I'll try to be brief, discussing some, very important aspects regarding bicuspid valve. First of all, is that while we're treating, patients with less age, of course, the incidence of bicuspid valve is going to increase. So many challenges and important aspects should be evaluated in such patients. And of course, apart from sizing, THV expansion, paravalvular leak, pacemaker, ascending aorta dilatation, so many different challenges for TAVR in such patients with bicuspid aortic valve. In addition to the fact that after more than 13 years, 9 to 10 trials, and more than 8,000 patients randomized, really no study to date has evaluated in a randomized fashion the bicuspid aortic valve. So this is an important aspect, and many of the data we have comes from registries worldwide. And regarding the clinical outcomes in such patients, the initial series with the first generation balloon and self-expandable valves have shown very high rates of complications in such patients with a very high rate of the need for pacemaker, moderate to severe ER, and even death. However, recent data from the STS registry with almost 170,000 patients included in this registry, more than 5,000 procedures in bicuspid valve have shown that with the newer generation valves, in special in this registry, more than 70% of the patients used the SAPIEN 3 valve. We have seen an improvement in device success within the last, a few years with this current generation devices. So that nowadays, when compared bicuspid versus tricuspid valve, the success of the procedure is pretty similar between both arms. Also, with respect to the SAPIEN 3, the balloon expandable valve, recently, actually 2 years ago, Raj Makar published in JAMA with many other colleagues this very important registry with more than 2,600 bicuspid patients treated with the SAPIEN 3. And these patients were compared using a propensity score matching with more than 25 covariates with regards to the tricuspid using the same valve, the SAPIEN 3. It's important to highlight that in this paper, the mean age was 74 and the mean STS of 4.9, suggesting pretty more intermediate risk patients. And it's very important to see in this publication, this is really the best results we have seen until that in 2019 in the TAVR field treating bicuspid patients. So the rate of stroke was very small and a little bit higher as compared to the tricuspid, but low rates, and also pacemaker within the single digit range, with very low mortality rates and other complications such as bleeding and major vascular complications. In addition, we have seen, especially for the SAPIEN XT valve, somewhat increased rate of annulus rupture and conversion to open heart surgery. And for sure, with the SAPIEN 3, the commander that is more flexible, we have seen an improvement in such endpoints. However, still in this study, there was a slightly higher rate of both conversion to open heart surgery and annulus rupture as compared to the tricuspid valve, but still very low rates in addition to the need for a second valve. More recently, just presented recently during the EuroPCR, the same authors presented in this very interesting study bicuspid only in those patients with an STS less than 3%, meaning a very low risk population with a bicuspid. And even though this has been introduced in the guidelines recently, there were 3,100 patients at low risk with a bicuspid that were again compared using 29 covariates using propensity score matching with a tricuspid valve. The primary endpoint was death and stroke at 30 days and 1 year, and very important secondary endpoints were also evaluated. And in this important study, as you can see here, when adjusted for the covariates, there was no difference in procedure and in hospital outcomes, with very low rates of conversion to open heart surgery, annulus rupture, and other important clinical endpoints, including mortality and stroke. And in the follow-up, the mean follow-up of 12 months, as you can see here, even for the bicuspid, death rate was even lower as compared to the tricuspid valve. And also stroke rates were similar in the 1 year follow-up. And with regards to death rate, after propensity score matching, again, there was really no difference in death and stroke between both groups, showing that even in such low risk patients, the SAPIEN 3 produced a very important result. More recently, in this same STS registry, Dr. Forrest just presented and published last year the comparison of Evolut R and Pro in such patients with bicuspid versus tricuspid valve. The number of patients were a little bit smaller, a little less than 1,000 patients, but as you can see here on the bottom, after the adjustments, there was also no difference in mortality and stroke as comparing bicuspid to tricuspid using a self-expandable valve. But it's important to highlight in this publication that when compared Evolut R and Pro, the rates of moderate to severe paravalvular leak was lower, was 3 times lower using the Evolut Pro device as compared to Evolut R. The only study comparing specifically balloon versus self-expandable valves in the treatment of bicuspid valve was the BEAT International Registry, not very large registry, almost 400 patients included. And as you can see here, Evolut R and Pro were associated with an increase in moderate to severe PVL as compared to balloon expandable valves, 9.3 versus 0%. However, there were 4 cases of annulus rupture in the balloon expandable arm and no case in the self-expandable valve. So a little, trade-off of leak versus annulus rupture in this publication. So when we discuss the planning and patient selection in such bicuspid patients, it's important to highlight this important aspect of the RAFI calcification and the amount of calcification of the valve. Both factors, when they're absent, those patients do fairly well in the bicuspid treated with balloon expandable or self-expandable TAVR. However, especially in such patients where both aspects are present, you have a calcified RAFI and also excess leaflet calcification. Such patients that represent 1/4 of the bicuspid patients treated nowadays, these patients might do worse during TAVR. Another aspect that is important to highlight is how to assess and measure the annulus and decide which valve should be chosen for these specific patients. And in this publication of last year that Dr. David Wood and his group presented, it's very interesting to see that when you use the annular area, there's more reproducibility between implanters. However, the supraannular area, first, it overestimates the aortic, the valve that should be used, and second, there is a less reproducibility of the measurement, highlighting that probably, especially for balloon expandable devices, the annular area should be used rather than supraannular area in most of the patients. With respect to the calcification that I just mentioned, it's important to note that in this very important publication, in the long-term follow-up, those patients that have a calcified RAFI, in addition to excess leaflet calcification, there was almost a 3-fold increase in mortality at the long-term follow-up. And in these patients, as you can see here, there is more aortic root injury. The PVL rate greater than moderate is increased. More patients needed conversion to surgery with a 3-fold increase in mortality. Another important aspect that has been published recently is the aortopathy factor that is very, frequent and present in such patients with a bicuspid phenotype. And as you can see here, almost half of the patients have an increased diameter of the aorta greater than 40. And importantly, there was a small increase in mortality in such patients with aortopathy. So in conclusion, bicuspid valve can be treated with a TAVR safely, in special with the newer generation devices, but CT assessment is crucial. In patients with BAV morphology, such as calcified raphe and excess leaflet calcification, were independently associated with increased procedural complication and mortality. And this is not infrequent in our clinical practice, and it's seen in up to 26% of the patients. Aortopathy, when adjusted, for all the independent predictors of mortality, was not associated with all-cause mortality, so it should not be regarded as a contraindication for TAVR in such patients. So in our clinical practice, I think that annular and LVOT calcification, the coronary height, as sinus of Valsalva and STJ diameters, and also the horizontal aorta with a greater angulation should be factors that are important in our procedural planning and in selecting such patients undergoing TAVR. Probably in patients with a low surgical risk, but with a high risk factors such as the calcification of the raphe and the leaflets should undergo TAVR. In those patients with low anatomical risk factors, probably TAVR could be indicated, especially in patients with age greater than 70 years. And in those patients with both a high STS and a high risk anatomical risk factors, really the heart team should evaluate such patients, and probably maybe TAVR with an expanded balloon, taking into account many of the anatomy of the patient. TAVR could be an option in such patients. So thank you very much. And I'm open, to any discussion.
Thank you, Enrique. It's a great presentation. I have some questions. The first question is for David. David, do you think that manipulate the volume of the balloon, in special decrease the volume of the balloon, can be affect the durability of the valve in the long time, or can generate thrombosis?
I think it's a great question, and we're still collecting data, but we've always tried to give people a bespoke balloon expandable valve, much to the chagrin of Edwards in Vancouver for over 12 years now. And we rely heavily on our good friends, Jonathan Leipzig and Philip Blanky in the CT Core Lab. So yeah, often we'll go in and we'll oversize by 1, 2, 3 millimeters. A lot of that's now been looked at with Janar Sadanathan and others with the bench. But if you're in that gray zone between different sizes, at least for balloon expandable versus some of the tall frame valves we use, we will either under or overfill. And I guess the question will be on durability. To the initial point of my presentation on repeatability, I think that needs to be one of multiple factors when you're looking at a low STS patient with significant longevity, about are you giving them the optimal THV result? And if not, perhaps is surgery a better option for that patient?
Okay, thank you. And Enrique, in the bicuspid patient are probably young patients and have a great variability in the anatomy. In which patient do you consider that the patient have a high risk anatomy, or is contraindicated in some case to make a TAVI?
That's a very important aspect. I can after hear what David has to say, but in our clinical practice, I think that for lower risk patients with really nasty and heavily calcified valves, with also a calcified raphe, I think that if such patients can undergo surgery, probably this is the best way to go. We have had recently in our center at INCOR, we had problems even with self-expandable valve. There was Evolut Pro, we implanted a moderate PVL, we post-dilate, and we did have a VSD, a ventricle septal defect. The patient is doing well, but we know that up to 50% of such patients having, annulus rupture or annulus injury, they can die. This is a publication from Vancouver. We participated in 2012 in Circulation. So I think that now with the knowledge we have, I think we can, avoid such cases. Another aspect is when you have this, calcification in the LVOT, I think that such factors should prompt, to maybe surgery. But we know that still we have some, 90 years old, 85 with a COPD, where surgery is contraindicated actually. So in such patients, probably, using an underfilled balloon or, trying to do a meticulous technique, maybe you could still go with a TAVR in such patients, knowing this risk of annulus injury. What do you think, David?
Yeah, I think everything you said makes sense. If patients are surgical, they go for surgery, whether it's the root or whether it's, a very ugly looking valve with subannular calcification. If it's not though, since 2005, we've had multiple publications with you and others on bicuspid, and at least for the balloon expandable platform, it can be treated very similar to a tri-leaflet valve. And we've had good success with it, realizing there could be differences in pacemaker rates and other things depending on how aggressive you are. And obviously, depending on the age of the patient, how aggressive you want to be with the final result. As you know, sometimes better is the enemy of good, right? So there you go.
And you also use the annulus, right?
Yes.
To measure, to size.
But again, we have the luxury of having Jonathan Leipzig and Philippe Blanqui, right? So they're part of our weekly heart team. So that's very reassuring. I think CT planning, like everything now in TAVI, is the gatekeeper, and that dictates kind of where we're going and which platform and how aggressive we're going to be.
Thank you. Adolfo, you have any question and any comment addition? Is Adolfo here?
Oh, I have to congratulate Enrique because the presentation was fantastic. And I would like to say that the concept with the bicuspid is, if you are not going to use a balloon expandable valve, you have to, because you think that you could be aggressive with the balloon, you have to take care, especially in consideration that if you use a self-expandable valve, you are also limited with the balloon that you want to use for pre-dilation or for post-dilation, because there are a lot of people that are mentally quiet because they use self-expandable valves, but then they use a very aggressive balloon and you get the same result. So you have to think about your strategy very carefully in such a difficult cases.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, if we don't have any more questions, I want to express thank you to this great group of experts, the speaker, and to share with us this great experience, and to thank you to SOLACI for this opportunity, and Edwards to give to us the opportunity to share with this great group of experts. Thank you.
Fabulous presentations. Thanks, everyone, and we'll see you hopefully in person at the upcoming meetings, and look forward to the results of these ongoing RCTs to guide our practice. So, great session.
Thank you.
Great session. It was great to see you.
Thank
Hope
you.
to see you soon in person. Best regard.
The best for you.